There's what I think of that.
All right, it's 7 o'clock. Let's go ahead and call the meeting to order. First order of business is the pledge of, or excuse me, call to order and then pledge of allegiance. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, roll call.
Ms. Knable?
Here.
Ms. Dobson?
Here.
Mr. Earhart? Mr. Mitchell?
Here.
Mr. Aravalo?
Here.
Ms. Dominic?
Here.
Mr. Sly? Ms. Squire?
Here.
Mr. Morse?
Here.
Chairman, we have a quorum.
Very good, thank you very much. Any amendments to the agenda? All right, I accepted approval of the agenda then.
So move.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to approve the agenda. Start the voting on the left.
Aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Motion carries 7-0-0. Okay, citizen participation. So we have 6 public hearings this evening, and if you'd like to speak at for a specific public hearing, you may do that, or if you'd like to just have a time to just get up and say something, we would ask you to hold your comments to 3 to 5 minutes at the most. So has anybody signed up to speak?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. So if you just come up and state your name and address, please.
Good evening. My name is Greg Insero, and I live at 17200 West 197th Place in Prairie Ridge subdivision. I'm here to speak primarily about agenda topics 2 through 6. Is that where we're at in the agenda?
We're at citizen participation. When we come to the public hearing, we can actually address each individual. But if you're welcome to speak now if you'd like.
Okay, that's fine. So, the subdivision that I live in is right across
Amy,
the
they can't
street
hear.
from.
Volume, Amy,
How's that?
hang on.
Push the button.
Sorry, my bad.
Thank you. There's too many buttons here.
For me. There we go. The big blue button in the bottom. All right, very good. So, did you got name and address? Okay, so I live in Prairie Ridge subdivision, which is right across the street from the proposed, area that we're gonna talk about tonight in agenda items 2 through 6. Let me start out by saying that I am not opposed to the, proposed development, but I do have some questions and I do have some concerns that I'd like to get addressed tonight. I believe it's important that in a growing community like Spring Hill that we have a variety of types of housing in multiple price ranges. I know a lot of the subdivisions, they start at 500,000 and go up from there. And so there's a nice mix in many of the subdivisions that are going in along that 199th corridor and the Ridgeview corridor. I haven't checked the housing market lately, but with all the development going on, there does seem to be an ample supply of existing and future homes in and around Spring Hill. My concerns center around 4 primary areas. One is safety in the area. The second is a lack of information included in the proposal. The third is the impact on the area infrastructure and the ability of that infrastructure to support the proposal. And the fourth is the need for the departure from established development standards. So let me start with safety. I'm concerned with the traffic congestion that's at 199th and Norton. Norton is the only entrance and exit for our subdivision. It leads out onto 199th Street. We have no other way in and out. During rush hour, during the school year, it gets backed up every morning, and there's a backup of people waiting to turn left to come into the subdivision in the evening. The speed limit there is 45 miles per hour. Not everybody obeys the speed limit. Some go a little bit faster than that, especially once they get through the traffic circle. They like to hit the accelerator pedal. And now we're proposing that more than 703 residential units go in across the street from my subdivision. I understand that they won't all be using the Norton entrance, but I think there will be a few of them that will, and the R4 area that is proposed is right there by Norton, and so is the commercial area. There's also a lot of young drivers. We see that every day at Olathe South. I can throw a rock and hit Olathe South, I'm sorry, not Olathe South, Spring Hill High School. There's buses, there's 18-wheelers, there's the Amazon man that comes through multiple times a day. There was crash data that was taken by the state from 2010 to 2016, I believe, indicated before they put the traffic circle, that was higher than average area for crashes. I don't know what the data looks like after they put the traffic circle in, so I don't know if there was a reduction as they said there would be. There's also the fire department that was 191st and Lackman has shut down, and I know we were thankful for that because our house caught fire the first week we were in, and we got to meet those folks at the fire department, and they were awesome. So anyway, those are safety concerns. Lack of information. I'd like to have a better understanding of what's going on in the R4 district that's proposed. Are they townhomes? Are they quads? Are they apartments? Is it something else? There's nothing showing on the drawing that I have access to, so I don't know what those plans are. And then also I'd like to know a little bit more about the plans for the C2 district. The commercial district. What kind of businesses are gonna go in there? Signage, what are the guidelines and restrictions and all that? We can talk about those questions specifically during the agenda, those specific agenda topics if you'd like to. The impact on the area infrastructure. I won't go into all the detail. 199th Street, we all know, is a major east-west corridor across southern Johnson County. It's the lifeline for people to either get to I-35, to get to US 169, and to get to 69. That's how people get to Overland Park. That's how people get into Olathe and points to the north. There's also 2-lane roads that go through there, Ridgeview, Renner, Lackman, most of which have not been improved beyond just right along the corridor. Those are the primary north-south corridors. Renner's still gravel for 2 miles north of there. Just curious if there's been a traffic study that's been done. I know there's one that's required. I haven't been able to find it, but my question is that traffic study, because the last one I can find is in 2019, there's a lot of development going on there. You got Garrett Ranch that's got 113 single-family lots and 255 townhomes per their website. Fox Hollow, I counted all the lots on there. There's over 300. Woodland Crossing, I counted the lots there. There's over 230. Prairie Ridge is expanding. Boulder Springs is expanding. Brookwood Farms is expanding all along 199th Street. There's something I just drove past on the way here called Hidden Valley, Hidden Glen, Hidden something. That's at 207th. But anyway, all this adds up to well over 1,300 residential units. A lot of people hitting the streets, and I don't know that the streets are ready for all those people. This also brings me to schools, because most of these houses are focused on, I think, young families with children. Where are we going to school all these children? The expected number of elementary and middle-aged school children, there's only one elementary school, one middle school within a mile or so of the proposed area. The next one's 4 or 5 miles away. It's across 169 highway. It's Dayton. There's another one that's way up to the north part of the school district, but they're all about 5 miles away. And then the last one, I won't go into detail, but I'd just like to know what's driving the need for departure from development standards. There's a request in the proposal to minimize the minimum lot size, the minimum frontage, and the minimum setbacks on many of the R1 lots. And so there's a lot of criteria in the city codes that say why you would do those things. There was nothing in the proposal that was in the agenda that addressed those. So I'd like to hear more about that. And then I've got a lot of additional questions that time doesn't allow for. We'll ask those as they come to pass. So I know I went over time. I appreciate the time, and I appreciate your attention.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak now? Or is everybody else?
My name's Randy Beater, live at 1840 West 207. I'm kind of curious on when is enough on housing additions. I think we have 4 new ones that are just getting ready to start up now. And we have like 5 to 7 of them that have been going on right now. And I bet none of them are 75% full. So why don't you wait until they all get filled up before you start getting more? And we got, like I said, 4 of them getting ready to start up, and they're big lots. I mean, they'll take years before they fill them up. Why are we doing more? I mean, we're not ready for more people. We already got a lot, and we're not getting roads done. 207 is so freaking dangerous, and it's going to be worse now with the other addition to the housing additions there. I mean, in 199th, they ain't a whole lot better. I mean, that kind of stuff needs to be done first before we end up putting more housing additions out here. I mean, pretty soon we're going to be right with Olathe. There's not going to be a separation in cities. I mean, that's all I got to say. That just think there's way too many housing additions going now that aren't even full yet. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Good evening. My name is Wayne Bennett. I also live in Prairie Ridge, 17119 West 197th Terrace. I couldn't said it any better than my first neighbor. But just some points. I mean, I'm opposed to, let me just make it clear, I'm opposed to the redevelopment across the street from our subdivision. It seems to me, I've lived in the subdivision probably about 5 years now. We've done this before. I was here a couple years ago. Why do we keep coming back to this? Our feelings were made known then. They haven't changed. These people, including myself, have come here on July 2nd. This is supposed to be a time when we're celebrating with family. And I appreciate that y'all are here on your time and missing out on your family. But it seems a little dubious to me that the meeting is being held tonight when people are out of town or otherwise disposed. So I just have to point that out. I just don't know why we keep coming back to this. We made it clear. We don't want it. And you voted it down then. We would ask that you vote it down again tonight. Long term, what's the net negative for the city? You know, short term, you're going to get more taxes. But as my second neighbor pointed out, there's so many things on the books right now. I can't imagine how much money are in the city coffers right now, and the taxes keep going up. I haven't seen any improvements in the city other than the roundabout. Now, maybe I don't get out that much, but I do ride my bike down 199th. And I got to tell you, by the time I make it from Norton to the roundabout, I'm booking it because I'm scared. And the roads are tore up. There's potholes. And I wear a helmet, but if I hit one of those holes the wrong way, I'm going to get splattered. And most people are courteous, you know, and they'll give you, you know, a wide berth. But a lot of them don't, and they just whip right past you, and you can swear that you could feel the side view mirror blow right past your ear. The street's not ready. It hasn't been ready. When are we going to get improvements? When are we going to get some parks? Make it a park across the street. You got that big old electric easement that goes through there, which makes it cheap, undesirable property. You know, that subdivision just further up that are rentals, you might have local developers building that now. And maybe you guys know them. But I'm telling you, give it a year, give it a 2. Once they develop it, they're going to sell it. They're going to sell it to out-of-state landlords, which is exactly what's happening with that rental property. And the reason I know that is because I work for a national title insurance company. And I know who bought that property, and they're from out of state. And what's their incentive in a year or 2 from now to keep that property up? It's going to be nice and pretty when they first build it, but a couple of years from now, you know, we don't know that they're going to keep it up to standards. So something to consider, the net effect. Couple years, you guys will get some taxes, but down the road, when it starts, you know, looking worn and they're not putting money back into it, it's going to lower property values. And that's what a lot of us are concerned about. And again, just to reiterate, there's no curbs, there's no bike lanes, there's no sidewalk on 199th. Nowhere, except until you get by that one subdivision. And so when I'm riding my bike, I gotta get down 199th, and then as soon as I can, I get off of it, because it's just too dangerous. And lastly, I didn't come here to throw rocks at you guys. You know, you guys invest your time. And this is not a veiled threat. It's just a reminder that you guys work for us. We voted you in here, or somebody did. You were appointed. But you were appointed by the people that we voted in. So just let that be a reminder that in this day and age, you know, a lot of people are distrustful of their politicians. And I'm not saying you guys, but I'm just saying we will remember. We keep coming back to this. We keep telling you we don't want it. Please vote it down. You know, or I guess we'll have to find somebody who will. And again, I don't mean that as a threat. I just wanted to put that out there. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Mary Tice. I live at 19924 South Country View Terrace.
Mary, can I ask you to hold for 1 minute?
Yes.
I was going to, you guys, as people come in, there's still 3 or 4, even though they're cushy seats, there's still 3 or 4 seats up here that can be used. Please don't feel like you have to stand up back there or stand in the hall. There's seats up here for people. Sorry, Mary.
No, that's fine. This is really going to affect 199th Street and everybody that lives along that road. And who is going to be paying for the necessary widening and paving of Renner? Maybe the county for half and Spring Hill for the other half? But Johnson County does not have that in their CIP. The impact on 207th, who is paying for that improvement? The county also does not have that in their CIP. How many more students will this put into the Spring Hill schools? Is there sufficient room for those individual or additional students? And also, are there tax incentives going to be used in these developments? What type of business development is being considered? Will they be given tax incentives? It's shocking to say the least to change this from rural residential to this high density plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Jim Rose. I live at 17121 West 197th Place in Prairie Ridge. And Wayne and Greg, my neighbors, have covered many of the questions that I've got. But just a couple of things, you know, I don't know how the process works, you know, what you guys do for how you approve things and exactly what the process is. And so I don't know how you could approve, you know, the rezoning for the apartment area, the multifamily. There's not even a footprint. We don't even know how many apartments. We don't know how big the footprint. I mean, I just don't understand how we get to the point where we're, you know, considering approving rezoning for apartments. We don't even know how many there might be. So I don't know necessarily how we can do that. And I have this same concerns about 199th Street. I mean, and I know the plan is to make that 4-lane, but, you know, is there gonna be a light at Norton? And what's that gonna do to our little neighborhood? That's the only street we have in and out of that neighborhood is Norton. We have no choice but to take Norton. You know, we don't know whether the duplexes, are they gonna be owned or are they gonna be rental properties? I mean, I'm not sure. We don't know how many apartments. Is there gonna be a sound barrier or some sort of like green space between the apartments and 199th Street? Some things that might help cut down some of the noise for our neighborhood. And lastly, as someone who thinks their property taxes are outrageous, and I suspect many of you feel the same way that I do, if the development goes forward, boy, I sure hope that there's some property tax relief for the people that are paying their property taxes now, because My taxes are really outrageous. We moved here from southern Overland Park because we wanted a tax break, only to find out that the tax rate here is much higher than in southern Overland Park. So, by the way, I do appreciate your guys' service to our community, and I know that this is a thankless job, and I appreciate you listening to our comments and thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Roberta Gooden. I live at 17221 West 197th Terrace in Spring Hill in Prairie Ridge Addition. I appreciate all my other neighbor comments. I concur with all of them. Some things I'd like you to consider. How many apartments has the city authorized within Spring Hill in the last 5 years? There's like 700 and some, I don't remember the exact number, but I was at the first meeting for all of this, at Webster and 199th Street. That's not been started yet. Ridgeview and 199th, across from the high school, there's gonna be more apartments and single family as well. How many are there? Why are we doing this rezoning rendition for the third time? I've been here 3 times, like someone else talked about. Twice in this room and once at the other one a year ago. That was a developer, can't remember the name, but is this the same development company that's asking for this, the rezoning? I think we've all agreed that the zoning like it is today, without the apartments and the multifamily housing, is how it was, and I think we're all okay with that. But when you add apartments and you add the congestion at Norton, the thing to think about, and my husband isn't here, but he was a police officer in a city in Iowa that was 104,000. He was on the planning committee for the police department. He was here the first meeting and he had great information. I can't reiterate all of it. He was the last speaker at about midnight, that first meeting. And he asked, who is in charge of rental property inspection for the city? Do we have a rental property inspector? Last time at the meeting, they said they didn't have that. Has one been established? Is it going to be considered? One of the other gentlemen that spoke tonight talked about the concerns of the apartments once they're sold, which usually happens in development properties. So who's going to inspect them to make sure they stay up to the standards that you, as Spring Hill residents, desire? All the safety issues and traffic. If there is an accident at the entrance to Prairie Ridge right now, right at that immediate entrance, and there's an ambulance, a police car, and a fire truck blocking it, and someone has a heart attack in Prairie Ridge, that person may die. That's a serious safety hazard. I have lots of concerns about that. All right, there's potential drainage problems. We already have a drainage problem in Prairie Ridge on the east side. Traffic. At the first meeting we were at, they talked about the plans, the long-term plans for 199th Street and a study that was going to be done, and something was like 10 years in the future. Somebody asked about that too. I'm wondering if there's been a study, will there be a study, so on and so forth. I also am concerned about the peculiar timing of this meeting. I had to leave my family from Iowa at home to come to this meeting tonight, and I really am not happy about the timing of this. Anyway, I'm opposed to this personally. I would request that you turn this project down. I don't think it's in the best interest of this location at this point in time. Thank you very much, and I appreciate all of you being here tonight as well.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Good evening. My name is John, I'm speaking too loud, John Forkner. I live at 16450 West 215th Street in rural Johnson County. My concern is that with all these housing developments that are going in, that the trash that these people try to get rid of that won't fit into their regular garbage pickup on a weekly basis ends up out in Johnson County in the rural areas off of the gravel roads. Is enough stuff usually gathered annually to outfit an entire home. There are couches, tables, chairs, Davenports, anything you can imagine. Truckloads of stuff are brought out to the county and dumped. When these new developments are being built, if they could take one housing space away from residential or multifamily zoning and make it an area for dumpsters to be put in and make the problem of their trash, keep it as their problem and not my problem. I have the Johnson County Road Department on speed dial on my phone and report stuff. I take pictures, I email it to them, and they're not very responsive. It took me over a year to get rid of some of this stuff that's being brought out to the county. I spent about 6 months trying to track anybody down that would pick up a dead dog that was laying on the side of the road. It was winter, so it was there for a long time. Nobody, the coyotes and the turkey vultures didn't even want it. So I would ask that something be done to maybe take care of keeping the trash within the areas where the new homes are being built, because I guarantee you that it is brought out to the county by the truckloads, and make it their problem, not my problem. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jan Rose, and I live at 17121 West 197th Place in Prairie Ridge. Since we spent 4 hours on this topic 2 years ago, speaking mainly of the safety, surely after that amount of time, there has been some thought given as to what can be done to make 199th a little safer. So I'm just kind of wondering where that information is, because if nothing else, it's just all gotten worse. And as somebody referred to the right lane when you're heading west into Prairie Ridge as a parking spot size lane, and you've got all these people going 65 miles an hour on your tail when I get over as fast as I can, and they just zoom on by. So like I said, I'm just really surprised that we're even considering this. And we lived in a city once where it grew too fast without planning out the schools. The elementary school went to an old high school, junior high kids were having to be bused 45 minutes downtown to go to school. Why the lack of more detailed information? Our HOA has not said boo about any of this. I mean, are they told they're not supposed to give out any information? But I really hope that there is a lot more consideration before anything goes in across the street. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? All right. We will move on then to approval of the minutes for last meeting on June 6th.
I move that we accept the minutes as presented.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the minutes. Start the voting on the left.
Aye.
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 Abstain.
Aye.
Motion carries 6-0-1. All right, moving on to item number 2, public hearing for rezoning preliminary plat application Z 24-1 and PP 24-1 from rural residential to RP1. And for public hearing procedures, I will open the public hearing, and any board members will need to describe if they have any ex-parte communications regarding this case, indicating the nature of the communications and who it was with. And then the board members describe what, if any, conflicts of interest they might have and dismiss themselves from the hearing. Then the staff will present their report and comments regarding the case. Then the applicant or agent will make a brief description of the case. Then board members will get to ask for clarification. Public comments are then solicited from the audience. And each member of the audience must fill out a citizen participation comment form, which I believe you've already done that. Board members then ask for any further clarification from the applicant or staff. Then the public hearing will be closed, and the board will deliberate the request. And then either way, whether we vote for it or against it, the 14-day protest period will begin after the Board of Zoning Appeals public hearing, or Board of Zoning. I don't think that's correct. After we have voted on it, then after the hearing is closed. So anyway, we will first start off with, I will open the public hearing. And does anybody have any ex-parte communications that they need to reveal? All right. Do any board members need to describe any conflicts of interest that they may have and dismiss themselves?
I need to recuse myself
Okay.
from 2 through 6, I believe.
Okay.
Do I leave now?
Yes.
You call me when I'm all right.
Thank you. Anybody else? All right. Then we'd have the staff report then, please.
Good evening. Well, so we have a rezoning to an RP1. It, on behalf of Phelps Engineers and on behalf of THS Investment, it is a portion of an already existing preliminary and final plating. One thing I want to let y'all, and you know this, but I'll say it for the public. There's already an existing plan in place on this property. There's a couple of pieces to the south that were not in the original plan, and those are being rezoned as well in this. So as far as the surrounding area, as it does comply to the surrounding areas as residential district. Adjacent zoning, the adjacent zoning is RR, which is a residential type district. There's RP1, there's RP2 already existing, and then up along 199th there is a CP2 existing as well. In your future land use, it shows that this is a mixed use on some of it, and then the other shows a residential type use. Detrimental effects of the zoning change. For this, it does coincide with the area. Maybe it's not the exact zoning, but it is a residential use zoning. The current time that this particular piece in the RR was brought in when the property was annexed into the city. The others, 2007, and was a change of use on some of it. In 2013, there was some change of use. Public gain, by developing the property, the public gain of it is to improve some of the areas and also have the use of the property being used for the good of the community. conforming with the comprehensive plan, as I'd stated before. The comprehensive plan does show this as a residential type use and also a mixed commercial residential use. Stability of the parcel, use restrictions. The current RR zoning will allow for a single-family home to be constructed. However, the changes that are being proposed now still allows for a single-family house to be developed. Yes, the lot sizes have changed, as in every zoning that we usually accompany from an RR to any type of single-family zoning use within our district. Proposed plans allows for a higher building density, as I was talking about. There's no corrections to any of it's not being rezoned to correct any correction or any flaws in it. Utilities are adequate and available to the property. This piece of property, or a lot of these properties down through here that you'll be hearing tonight, so I'll just say it once, it is part of a sewer benefit district that was established, when the high school was built. So that's when it was established. So they're not delinquent on any, their portion of the benefit district taxes on school will be ending here soon. So the alternative actions obviously is approve the application for the governing body on the July 25th meeting, deny, and still would go to the governing body on the July 25th. Because that's the protest period that is, and then the continuance of it and identify the specific issues, we can pass it on, or we can say it directly to the applicant or their representative here tonight.
Is that it?
Questions if you
Okay.
have any.
Any questions?
I can address a lot of the questions that were asked.
Mr. Burton, can you respond to the questions about has there been a traffic study on 199th recently, either specific to this development proposal or maybe just in general as a part of Spring Hill's plans?
It's specific to everything up through there. This project, 199th is a CARS project that is already planned to be constructed. It was due to start, if I remember correctly, CARS in the 23-24. It has now been moved to 25-26 timeframe. And yes, in application for CARS and the funding requests and all this area has been looked at traffic. And what I mean all this area, I mean, because the CARS project is from the roundabout east to Renner. So it encompassed the traffic study encompassed a large area there.
Pat, can you explain more fully what the CARS project is so
Yes.
they understand?
Yes, I can. So the county has a project called CARS Project, which is designed to help with the construction of streets and all to improve streets throughout the entire county. There are a couple of jurisdictions that are exempt from it because they receive federal funding direct. CARS is a result of federal funding. You lay out a 5-year CARS project. Every year you update that, and it should coincide with your CIP, your capital improvement projects. So in that, this was identified as needing you present a lot of paperwork to even qualify for it. An example is a very extensive traffic study, because you have to identify the size of street, and obviously if the traffic count results come back and say it doesn't need a Super 2 or a 4-lane or anything, the county's not gonna help fund that. So it's a reasonable, construction based on the traffic count. And what it is, it's a participation, city and county.
And what is it scheduled to be expanded to? The road? What is the road?
That's not, width-wise, I don't.
Okay, is it gonna be two
so-
lane? Is it gonna be 4 lane?
I understand the question. Unfortunately, it's not in our wheelhouse, but the last time that it was looked at, or the first time it was looked at as a Super 2, which would be basically 2 lanes and a turn. There has been discussion that it would go to a full 4 lane due to the growth and the potential of growth, as well as supposedly some improvements that the county is looking at from Renner east. So at this point in time, we're not privy of what the size is gonna be. Construction type, anything, meaning will it have curbs, So that's the best I can answer your question.
Okay, and what is 199th Street supposed to be in the future? Isn't it gonna be a collector, or what is?
No,
it?
it's an arterial.
An arterial.
yes.
And what would that arterial mean for?
Most likely, at some point in time, excuse me, if you can envision 119th Street, it would be 4 lane, probably a divided median,
Okay.
ultimately.
So this is gonna be probably an intermediate step to get to that.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay.
Well, the way we understand it,
Sure, no, I
that
understand.
is correct.
Okay,
Oh, yeah.
So you mentioned how it was supposed to take place 2023, 2024.
That's correct.
Who pushed it back?
It was a funding.
So from the city?
The city did the redirection, or not the redirection, the appropriation at a later date.
So there's a possibility that it could get pushed back again.
You're asking me a question that, oh, yes, but I can't, yes, it can.
Thank you.
Yep.
and isn't it 50-50 with cars? For the city, it has half of it?
No, it doesn't have to be.
Okay.
80, 20, 20, 70, 25. To be honest with you, I don't remember what this qualification is.
Okay.
I'm going to say it might be a 50-50 on this one. I shouldn't say. I'm not gonna guess.
Okay,
Just because I want the correct information
Sure.
out. Anyway, yes.
okay. Any other questions for Pat? All right, is the applicant representative here?
I am Harold Phelps, Phelps Engineering, 1270 North Winchester, Olathe, Kansas. I am here this evening representing THS Investments. Tom Smith. Little background, Tom, for those that haven't been here for a while, Tom has done several developments. He's started the projects. Woodland Crossings was originally his project. We designed that for him. Designed it and built it, and he actually sold it to another developer. Then Fox Hollow, the one is starting on 207th Street. Again, he purchased that property, developed the plan, and then has since sold it to Tom French for development. I'm going to talk in general a little bit about the overall plan. I know we're divided into multiple applications tonight because that's the city process. But, overall, what we're trying to do or attempting to do is really submit the plan as a whole so that everybody can see what the whole plan is instead of bring it in piecemeal. Tom Smith has been actually acquiring this property over several years. He was not the original owner that brought in the original zoning, but he has purchased a significant piece of property and really wants to make it a signature property with significant open space, with amenities that are going to benefit the overall community. There are obviously multiple zoning classifications in this, which will include commercial, apartments, office, and different residential classifications, which is the straight R1 and the RP1. Since we're talking about the RP1 specifically on this application, I want to make sure everybody understands that, we are asking for a smaller lot in the RP1, but with that, we give up some concessions, and we feel like we make it a better project. With that comes the requirement for 15% open space. We exceed that requirement. We have architectural standards. We have submitted architectural renderings of the buildings that will be constructed versus straight R1, which you build a 75-foot lot. There are no building standards, specific architectural standards. There are building standards, but no architectural standards. So you do lock some things in with the RP1 district. So it's not just a concession. You're giving up setbacks in that. I would like to point out, if we take a project like Brook Hollow, for example, which is all 75-foot lots, you end up with an entire subdivision of the same type of product. When you have a 300-acre development, you really need some multiple you need some variation in that product. The developer will build multiple products at the same time, so some of them will be less expensive, or you'll end up with some more variation in the price of the homes. I think everybody knows, for example, again, Brook Hollow is probably in that $700,000 range right now, $750,000, and not everybody can afford that. Obviously, you have some product in Spring Hill now that is less than that, but we're looking at a high, still a significant, nice product that will be less than $700,000 in the RP1. If I was guessing today, I'd say probably in that $400,000 to $450,000 range. But it does provide some variety in the overall subdivision. I would like to address the traffic study. We did do a traffic study, a detailed traffic study, and the city's consultant reviewed that traffic study, made some comments, and we addressed those comments. I do want to point out that, so everybody knows, we did account for all the developments that have been approved in Spring Hill in the recent times. So we've accounted for the growth area and anticipation of that additional traffic, even though it hasn't occurred. So
Can I ask a quick question? When did you do the study? Was it this year or last year?
it was this year.
This year,
So
okay.
we actually did traffic counts in February during school.
Thank you.
During school session. So with that, I'll end my comments on the RP1 and be happy to answer any questions.
Okay.
One question, or first question. So do you remember from the traffic study, what was the anticipated level of service in front of Prairie Ridge or at the entrance to this?
Yeah, so they varied, but I can tell you at Norton Street, I believe, really looked at this as a two-phase or a multi-phase development. So anticipating that the single family, the residential will start first, so the development will start at the south end. And that's where the sanitary sewers are as well and extend to the north. So looked at that growth doing that in that area. So specifically at that intersection, phase 2, which would be the commercial and the apartment, you'll end up with a traffic signal at that intersection.
So you said.
Or roundabout, but some type, and that may be resolved in the CARS program as well, right?
So that'll be,
Thanks,
it'll be a controlled intersection at Norton and 199th Street.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Just want to be clear on, so I understand exactly what you're talking about. And that's in phase 2.
That would be in this, right. When the traffic warrants it, but the traffic, right now, we're projecting the traffic warrant to be in that secondary phase.
Okay.
Right.
And another question, Mr. Phelps, if you can, but can you give us any color on, well, no, never mind, we'll come to that. Sorry, we're on the RP1 now. Okay, sorry.
Yes. Any other questions?
Can you help me better understand what exactly we're talking about right at this moment? Cause I'm having a hard time understanding on the maps that we have, cause they're so tiny to read. Like, what exactly are we looking at? Are we looking at, cause I have a map that has 660 lots, but, this is talking about 300. And there's just so much, what is the exact, can somebody show me that on here? Like, what are we, what is the RP one that we're looking at right now?
Do you have your microphone on?
I'm sorry, oh yeah. I was just asking, what, can you identify for me on the map, what exactly are we talking about right now? Because there's so much that we're looking at tonight, what part are we specifically addressing?
It's showing this that coincides.
But we wanna see that.
We'd like to see it.
Okay, that says 660 homes though, doesn't it?
Coincides with what we're looking at there. So, if you, let me go back to this page. You see, this is
Yes.
Prairie Ridge.
Okay,
And this came
uh-huh,
to that. Amy, if you go back to the other. Yep, there you go. So your top up there is showing Prairie Ridge. So that'll give you an idea of the location of it. Your top straight above there where you see the map on the left, yes, thank you, show us there, Amy, again. That part there is Prairie Ridge.
Yeah, so, Amy, do you have the controls? So if we're kind of flipping back and forth, if we go back to the plan, if you look at the north-south road, the curvilinear road, so the RP one is basically on the right-hand side of the curvilinear road.
So here's the RP.
okay.
Forgive me, but could we overlay this with current zoning so we could see the way it's currently zoned versus what you're proposing with all these?
It's currently RR, and we're proposing RP1.
I understand the changes, but I'm not sure if that all overlaps with the current zoning that's there, so this.
It's currently zoned RR.
All of it's RR, right?
Okay, thank you.
Well, all of it. Take that back.
The portion we're talking about is zoned RR, and then we're going to you're requesting to go to RP1.
That's
Correct, okay.
Right.
And it goes all the way to 207th, so it's 199th
Yes,
to
it
200th.
goes down, all the way down to 207. That's correct.
But the upper right corner is the RP2, CP2, RP1, that won't be rezoned, it's just the RR.
So we've got five different rezonings.
Yeah, I'm talking about, what are we talking about right now?
RR to RP1.
So all of this other yellow,
So if you go back to the red map, Amy, so that, the part that's shaded red right there
It's the red parts here.
okay.
is the RP one.
I'm not trying to be, I don't wanna say yes if I don't know what I'm saying yes to. So, okay, and so that goes from, 199th, I see it there, there's Norton. And so Norton would be the entrance there to get in. And so that big kind of funky circle thing has nothing to do with it. If we're
That's
just
correct.
looking at the red.
That's actually a notification area. That's correct.
It's a what?
It's a notification area.
Okay.
So what areas we were required to notify for
Oh,
that zoning.
gotcha. Thank you, I did not know that, so, thought somebody was having fun. Okay,
It's like silver kids.
and then it's just this right half that we're looking, just
Not
300
up where your
homes.
finger is. Just this.
Just this?
Not, yeah, not that, just this.
This tiny bit.
This.
So it is this whole thing, okay, cause
Oh, it
Cindy thought
is
it
the
was
top?
just,
Little triangle.
Well, you've got your blue.
The two red areas.
just the first red element or the
Both
second?
of them.
Okay,
Those two red
so this
That's
and
not
this,
what he said a minute ago.
this and
Okay.
this.
Yeah, I understood a while ago, it was just this piece, but we're including this to RP1?
Those are both RP1.
Okay, I didn't understand that. I thought it was just the bottom piece. You can't have it back, you gave it away.
That's mine. I get it back.
No. We don't have one to draw on.
Well, Chuck does.
Any other questions for Mr. Phelps?
I do have
Okay.
one question, or maybe more. I'm specifically, sorry. I'm curious about, on the plat, the proposed plat, or we're talking about zoning, so maybe I should ask that question later, but I'm curious about tract E, which is kind of adjacent to the large lot rural residential, but and it looks like a tract that's undeveloped. Is that intended to be kind of a buffer zone with an existing pond, maybe?
Yes, that'll be a future detention basin. That's correct.
Tract E,
Tract E is in Edward. It's in the southeast corner. So, yeah, I appreciate seeing some buffer to the existing large lot rural residential properties.
Right.
Okay. Yeah.
any other questions? Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
I'll gladly give you mine. So we have
I
understanding.
wish we had that every meeting.
Well, I can't come to every
Trying to
meeting.
figure out where's on our.
Every meeting, but
You can do it every meeting? Yeah, okay, so it's right here.
You can.
That's
the buffer I was describing.
Perfect.
Yeah, here's RP one, here's RP one, and then here's their stormwater.
And then what's here?
Existing, this is undeveloped.
Okay. Okay, does anybody in the public like to make a comment at this point? This is a time when you have the chance to speak. Again. And if you could keep it to just 2 minutes.
I will.
Okay,
I really didn't plan on talking again, but we're talking about the same thing that we talked about 2 years ago. It's the same thing. Nothing's changed. Just the developer changed. And now it's gotten worse. No disrespect at all, but I didn't really understand what he was talking about, RP1, RP2, what's the detriment to the city. He kind of glossed over the detriment to the city. There was no transparency. I had no idea what he was talking about. And the gentleman who, his only vested interest is to draw a plat and get the plat recorded, Mr. Smith isn't here. And even in his own words, he said that Mr. Smith developed something else and then sold it, which really speaks to my point from earlier. You're gonna get it half developed or full developed, and that'll be sold to out-of-town buyers. The overarching point is nothing has changed. We didn't want it 2 years ago, we don't want it now, and now it's gotten worse. It got smaller lots. And they're gonna give up some buffer zone. You've got an electric easement that runs through there, they can't build on that anyway, and I think that there's some creek that runs through there, so they can't build up that anyway. The product that they're proposing sounds like it's even cheaper than 2 years ago when the other developer was gonna put in townhomes. It's the same thing. We don't want it. I don't care how much lipstick you put on a pig, we don't want it.
Thank you. Not yet.
Hello, Greg and Sarah again. I have some specific questions for Mr. Phelps. And I'd like to be able to turn around and address you, but I can't with the microphone. But, so, well, let's just start with the RP1 section. And Mr. Burton went through very nicely the proposal that's in the agenda. But there's a lot of information in there that seems to be parroting back the requirement. The requirement says, you know, you need to reduce the impact on neighboring areas. And so, number two, on agenda item number two, it says, by having a planned district zoning for the site, it will reduce the impact of the development and make it more compatible. How? Nobody has explained how it will make it more compatible. How, you know, what kinds of things? You go down to number 4, detrimental effects. Rezoning to planned zoning districts will allow the city to impose development and performance standards to minimize the impact that the proposed development will have on nearby properties through buffering and building design. We heard that maybe the architectural will be a little bit nicer, but I think all of the new subdivisions that are going in all have very nice architecture. The pictures that were provided in that, they look just like the pictures that are over in Boulder Creek. It's the same houses. So they're perfectly acceptable, at least to me and my family, and they're fine. Number 8, suitability for uses restricted by the current zone. It just repeats back what the requirement is. It allows the city to impose development performance standards to minimize the impact. You know, in there, under preliminary plan, it says the applicant is applying for the planned zoning to reduce the minimum size, width, and building setbacks of the lot. It doesn't say why. And your city codes, you know, it says, section 17-332E1 states property development standards in a planned zone shall be as set out in the equivalent district. 332B3, deviations may be approved if other amenities or conditions will be gained to the extent that an equal or higher quality of development is produced. What other amenities and conditions are there? 332B7, planned zoning shall not be used as a refuge from the requirements of the equivalent district as to intensify land use, amount of open space, or other established criteria. 332C says, nor it will constitute the mere granting of a privilege. Somebody earlier said, we always approve those. Well, why? I mean, you know, have some rigor. Make the proposer tell you by doing smaller lots, how is that gonna make it better? Ask the questions. That's all I'm asking. You know, you have rules, please follow them. You know, putting houses with 5-foot side yard setbacks, they're 10 feet apart. I've got 12 feet from my house to the fence line, and then he's got 12 feet from the fence line. So, and I can still hear people talking on decks in the back when I'm trying to read a book or whatever. So,
Can you go ahead and wrap up, please?
yeah, I will. So those are the kinds of questions that I have. And I'd love to see the traffic study. I don't doubt that it was done, and I don't doubt that it was done appropriately, but I'd like to see what they had. I just don't know where to find it.
Okay.
All right, very good, thank you.
Thank you.
You keep it if you want to.
Chairman, may I answer something?
Sure, if you want to.
So I don't know if I don't know if I grasp it yet, but this is a rezoning.
Correct.
We still have a final plat, and during final plat is when the elevations come into play, the regulations of additional landscaping may come into play. You know, so that is at the final plat stage on this. Whether it's planned district or non-planned district, it's still, now, how this helps to the detriment on the community or on the area is through regulations and what you can demand to see and what they have to construct. As far as, you know, like I said, what the plan looks like. They did provide a few glimpses here and there, but this is not, that is at the final plat, just like we do everything, where all that has to be presented. If you remember, we had one developer presented 11 plans, and you went through and chose the plans that you felt were in the best interest of that neighborhood. And that is the next step. So in generality, or this is a generality, and it gets to the nuts and bolts of it at the final plat stage and showing what's gonna be put on each one of those lots. And I'm saying that for the public also, so they understand, so.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Yes.
Wait, can
Yes,
you
ma'am.
also briefly touch on,
Microphone, please.
sorry. Can you briefly touch on the points that he was talking about, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 through?
I just did.
Or 8, that it's the golden,
Yeah, it's golden.
they don't have to be answered in detail, that it's just answering the golden case.
Right, and that's what I was trying to explain is,
think that
this
was
is generality. And it says that, you know, this isn't gonna be a, junkyard next to it. And that's an overstretch. Let's say they were going to just place some, something up against the houses that didn't match the, residential zoning at all. Now, when we get to the next step of it, which is the final plat, final plan, then we will have the specifics of everything. And that's how, and you know, you've been through it several times. You'll look at multiple plans and a lot of times you'll say, you know, hey, we have one that you wanted additional shrubbery put at each one or additional, treescape along your streetscape with trees. So it is just a generality to try and make sure that it's comparable.
It's just matching against golden.
That's correct.
But Mr. Burton,
Yes, sir. May I answer the question, Chairman?
by the time you get to final plat, you've already approved minimum lot sizes, minimum setbacks, and frontages. That's what's at issue right now. I have no doubt Mr.
Now,
Phelps is gonna design beautiful houses that people are gonna wanna buy.
Okay. So we have not approved any of the plans for the homes. There are no front yard setbacks approved yet. There's no landscaping approved. This,
Yeah, you're asking for
No.
a waiver on.
yes, they are asking for a waiver, but then we go to the next phase. I mean, this is the same on almost every single subdivision. And, okay, sir,
What needs to happen?
let me just, I was asked a question.
I appreciate you guys all being here. This isn't a call and response for Mr. Burton, so.
I'll go ahead and finish yes, and then the next step is that we will, and the public needs to voice their opinion on the type of elevations of it, additional trees and things like that. I do agree with you, the RP zoning here does reduce the lot size. That's part of this zoning package. And there you go. That's,
I just want
you know.
somebody to explain why we need smaller lot sizes.
That is that is a business decision, by the developer, so. Okay,
Okay, thank you, Pat, for
You bet.
answering his
Thanks.
question. Appreciate it. Okay, any other public comment?
It gives us.
I retired from the county over 20 years ago, and the county did a study then and was gonna make the 199th redo it and stuff, and it still hadn't been done.
Second, I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
What was that?
You finish the side. I'm sorry, I
Sorry.
couldn't hear you. Thank you, could you start over?
Yeah, I retired from Johnson County over 20 years ago, and they did a study then on 199th, and they was gonna improve it and stuff, put in shoulders and stuff, and it's never been done. And I know the cars thing, and they can keep backing it up as much as they want. So we still haven't, the road still won't be done before this stuff goes done. Just like you guys didn't have anything on here on 207 about it tonight, but yet this is going all the way down to 207. And on both sides of that is people's property where they just couldn't buy it and stuff to look at housing additions there. So it's like you're putting housing additions in the middle of the country for people that already have big lots on both sides of that they can't do it. So it's like you're just trying to push the city all the way out to the country. And then I'll say again, how many additions is enough? We have so many already in progress. Why are we doing any of this? And what's the deal on 207 for the safety on the road there? They talked about it way back 2 years ago, when you guys approved to let that new housing addition go in there. Nothing's been done. I mean, that road is just as dangerous as 199th, and it's fixing to get more because they're with that one and stuff, and people are gonna be driving down there to Renner. I mean, none of them have shoulders, and that's the most dangerous thing is this road not having a shoulder or anything.
All right, thank you.
Have problems. Well, I wasn't quite done.
Oh, I'm sorry. Would you please wrap up then?
Yeah. But I just, once again, I just don't understand why they're bringing all that housing addition all the way down to 207 and stuff. They don't need to make it that big. They can cut it off there and not shove it in between people that live out in the country that have big lands and stuff, so they can't make, you know, so it's like you're putting that little housing addition in between property owners that have land there that want to live out in the country, and you're trying to bring the city in there. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just wanted to address 199th Street.
Would you please state your name and name?
Ralph Tice,
Thank you.
19924 South Country View Terrace. On 199th Street, I've spoken to county last week. They've been out surveying from Renner to Antioch. They are looking at putting in two 12-foot lanes with a shoulder. There's no Super 2, there's none of that. From Renner to Antioch. That is 4 to 8 years down the road is what they told me. All they're doing now is doing the surveys, looking for what land they're gonna have to buy and how they're gonna move it. They don't even know if they're gonna move it to the north, to the south, and maybe both. There's nothing been talked about from Renner up to the Woodland or the roundabout. Nothing. The county does not have any money. And nothing is in their CIP to do any of it. So we're looking years down the road if any of it's done. So I think the first thing we need to do is get the roads sufficient to carry the traffic before we put all of this houses in. Thank you.
Thank you.
I bet you're all thrilled to see me. Bill Peterman, 19431 West 200th Street. I got two things. Well, I got three things. RP1 means the house is set back 25 feet from the road, 5 foot on to the property line, between the house and the property line. RP2 is 35 feet and 7 feet on the side. We can't change that. That's city, unless we want to do something really to really bring somebody in and really violate all of our rules. Now, one of the rules has been violated, and I'm surprised you guys haven't seen it. Norton Street into Prairie Ridge is the only way into that subdivision. You guys thinking about it? There's supposed to be two ways in and out, isn't there? I live in Brookwood Farms. We had to put an extra thing down at the end. So tomorrow, you guys need to be starting to put a road in there, because a second way in and out, because we violated the city code, haven't we? So we need to do that. Now, while we're doing that, the last time we shut this down was because, and not all of you were here, but some of you were, the last time we shut this down was because 199th was not ready for it. We wasn't ready for the road. Well, we're ready for the road right now, and we don't need to let somebody come in and build so that there's more problems. We need to start the road now. The road needs to be in before they start building. We need to start tomorrow, and we can put the damn extra way into Brookwood Farms. I have a granddaughter that lives in Prairie Ridge. Something happens to her, I lose it. I don't have anything to live for. So let's get it done before it's one of your kids or one of the people you care about, or maybe you. So let's get a second way in. Let's start on the north side of 199th, up against Brookwood Farms. We can start, because they only do one side at a time. Let's start tomorrow on the north side of 199th. Now, he was talking about the study. That was the study that I brought in that shut it down last time. Because the study goes to Renner. Renner on 199th is county. Renner in to the west is city. County can't do nothing to the city. City can't do nothing for the county. So from Renner in, we need to do that work right now. We need to get that 4-lane road. That needs to be put in before they start building. And if they want to start building sooner, have them help. Maybe they ought to put money in.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Yeah, you can come up.
Sure.
Yep.
Okay, so I'm not really prepared.
Just keep it to 2 minutes.
Ann Simmons. I live on 199th and Ridgeview, where the roundabout is in my front yard.
Can you tell Amy your name even though she?
Ann Simmons. Anyway, so with, they said about the road being widened and all that kind of stuff from Renner to Woodland. That includes me where the roundabout is, where the roundabout's not even in the right spot anyway, because it's not round, it's kind of oval. I have no protection, none, from any of the trucks that are coming, traffic that's coming from the west to the east. It's very dangerous on that corner. Mr. Morris mentioned it before he got here to this position. I have no protection from any of the traffic. When that roundabout was being built, I'm like, who's protecting me? Who's gonna protect me from all of this? Nobody gave a about it because I have no protection. But like I said, and I said it before, there's different people on board now that were here the last time I said that. And I'll say it again. The first semi that comes through my yard, the first car that comes through my yard, I don't care if I have any of my horses in there or anything gets hurt or whatever, but I'm telling you, I'm in transportation. Those trucks weigh 95,000 pounds. There is no sign that has them, that gives them a warning. If you come from the west, going east, there is no roundabout sign until you are actually in that lip. And it says roundabout. They are jake braking, they're hopping over the curb. You know, I've seen one high center in the roundabout. That truck driver was hostile mad because he got high centered because he could not stop. And when he made that turn, he got stuck on that on the west side of the roundabout. So there is no, the signage, I've asked the signage to be moved back, even on the Ridgeview side coming from south to the roundabout. It's like at my driveway. It's like right on my property line. 15, so they're going 45 down, up Ridgeview to the north. And here's a sign, 15 miles an hour. They are not gonna be able to stop. People are gonna get killed and everything. So if you're gonna widen this thing, and the roundabout needs to be moved north, which it should have been moved way north instead in my property in the very first place. So I'm just saying, you're building all this stuff, it's not gonna be able to handle it. There's gonna be a lot of fatalities. There was a fatality there when I bought that place in '86. All the farmers around there said, my place used to be in Walnut Grove. I sat in the Dairy Inn one time and they said, oh, there's wrecks on your intersection all the time, just be prepared. You know, people will be flying through your front property, and all that stuff. Then they lifted the road, when they built the school to make it higher so you could see it both ways. That didn't work either. There was a bunch of wrecks there, and there's still wrecks there. Well, the police have been showing up, I'm gonna say probably in the last few weeks. They're stopping them left and right on that roundabout. And it's about time that they did, because like somebody said, that they go real slow around the roundabout, then they just floor it. And then they're going into that subdivision, to their entrance. But anyway, I'm saying This is craziness. We got to get these roads done first, and like I said, I don't want my property or anybody else getting hurt on that corner. There is no buffer for me.
All right, thank
So
you.
anyway,
State my name.
Please.
Rose, 17121 West 197th Place. I'm just kind of curious, is this about a mile square area? Renner, Ridgeview, 207th, 199th? If all of this got built and it was full, about how many people do we think will be living in that area?
I think a more accurate question would be, how long is it gonna take to fill up? Yeah, it is yes, it is an accurate question to
Okay,
ask. how long
well,
it
if
will
there
take.
were 3,000 people, probably a third of those people are gonna be driving, and we're gonna be adding 1,000 cars if, along this area, and, I don't know how many times we have to say it. The roads can't handle it.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? All right, we'll move on then. Any further clarification that the board members need from applicant or staff? Or if the applicant would like to address anything that the public brought up? Okay. If there's no more, we'll close the public hearing. Public hearing is now closed. This is our opportunity to deliberate.
Can I just make some general comments?
Sure.
And maybe address a few of the things that were said by the public?
Absolutely.
So I'm the new guy up here. I've been to that podium many times. I've never been allowed to speak twice. So I appreciate you letting people speak twice tonight, which is nice. I wanted to address the timing of the meeting. I don't think there's anything nefarious. It stinks having this on July 2nd. But the planning commission meets the first Thursday of every month, which would have been on the 4th. So just to keep the meeting this month, it kind of had to be either now or later. So there was really, I don't think there was any intent there. I wanted to explain kind of the concept of ex parte contacts, because whenever I was at that podium many times as a member of the public, and I'm the Johnson County representative on the planning commission, so I don't live in your city, I live just outside of it in rural Johnson County. And so I am serving on the planning commission because the city's expansion, is coming towards all of the rural residents, right, every single year, and we're in that growth area, the fringe area between Olathe and Spring Hill. And ultimately, every house that all of us live in was, at one point in time, it was a field. I mean, including my house. And so, development is just, as long as you're in a growing area, which Johnson County is, it's not crazy growth, but we've got about 650,000 residents now in Johnson County. About 35% of the land is still unincorporated, and so these annexations and rezonings are just going to continue to occur as long as our population is growing. And so it's always a matter of, balancing the needs of growth and the rights of the property owners, which in this case is the developer, against the rights of those of us who are already there. And even though our house was in a field at one point, I think that there's something to the fact that, were we there first? And so how does this affect us? On the ex parte contacts, that just means, like, whenever I was at the podium, a lot of times, I would wonder, have they already decided this, before I got here? And the answer is no. And the notion is that if anyone up here has had any discussions with each other or with a developer about this in advance, then they have to recuse themselves. And so those conversations don't happen. And it's so strict that the city staff won't even allow us to email each other. Or when we get an email from the staff, we're not allowed to hit reply all. We can't even talk to each other via email, you know, or even gather together without publicly disclosing it. So all of that, all of those rules exist to try to give you guys, as the public, some confidence in the process. But I know it stinks because when you show up, it's the first time you've seen this and you think, how is this happening? Where did this come from? And, you know, in reality, we find out about it just a couple days before you. We get the information just maybe 2 or 3 days before you do. But we're all looking at it together, you know, for the first time. The criteria that we have to use as members of the Planning Commission is largely the Golden factors, which was a legal case for a guy named Golden, who was a landowner in the city of Overland Park in the 1970s. And so the reason the staff reports are written the way they are, where it's sort of like question and answer, is essentially to respond to the requirements of that case law, which is the Golden Rules. And I'm gonna kind of reread them for you. I just Googled this, so you guys can find them online too, but there are 9 rules, and they're not necessarily weighted differently, but there's the zoning, use and character of the neighborhood, the suitability of the property for the use to which it's been restricted. So in the Golden case, it had been restricted to like a office building use, and the owner in the 70s was never able to develop it. So it really wasn't suitable for that, and so that's what that question has to do with. Number 3, the extent to which the removal of the restrictions will detrimentally affect nearby property. So that's one of the things that, you know, like that we're talking about. But in this case, whenever you rezone or when you annex land that was rural or rural residential, it'll always have an impact, you know, to the adjacent properties. The question is, you know, considering the balance of that and how severe is that impact? Number 4 is the length of the time the subject property has remained vacant as zoned. Number 5, the relative gain. I think one of you mentioned this, to the public health, safety, and welfare as compared to the loss in value or the hardship imposed upon the applicant. So in this case, it's a developer who wants to develop this, and there's a profit motive. The RP1, I think Mr. Burton tried to answer the question about, you know, what is this about exceptions? And what it is a residential planned community, which is RP. Yes, there's, instead of a 75-foot wide, you know, like an R1 lot would be, an RP1 can be 50 foot. And I've seen this planning commission several times reject plans which had lot sizes of, say, 30 feet or 35 feet as too small. So 50 feet is actually kind of a good compromise. And there are some what I think are nice neighborhoods in Spring Hill today that are RP1. Bill, you're in one, which is Brookwood Farms, and then Wolf Creek is another one. So if you guys drive through those neighborhoods, and I know the 5-foot setback sounds insane.
RP2. RP2.
Oh, RP2, okay, so you can be even more dense.
Zone for duplexes.
Yeah, you can have duplexes too. But the upside to the city and to the community of these planned districts is that we do get to see and I know we're not really talking about it today, but you get to see the building elevations, which is what they'll look like. And I believe Mr. Phelps talked about, you know, if it was regular R1, then we don't get to see anything, you know, and you don't know what you're gonna get at all. At least with a planned district, you get to see the elevations, and there are more restrictions on the developer of what they can put in there. But if you think about where we are in today's economy, I mean, I'm a big proponent of a variety of housing. You know, I want Spring Hill to have everything. I want us to have, you know, the entry-level stuff, but I'd also like to see nice high-end homes on, you know, large lots as well. And we don't have a lot of that yet today. But in this economy with high inflation and high housing prices, you know, I completely understand why the developer is wanting to propose, you know, 50-foot lots, because it allows them to achieve a price point. And I think Mr. Phelps said 400 to 450, which means it's a lot more appealing, you know, when everything is so expensive. I know that's still out of the price range of a lot of folks, but it's still better than like 700 or 800,000. So continuing on the Golden factors, but the conformance of the requested change to the comprehensive plan, and that's key, and that was also in the application. Is, you know, this in the comprehensive plan, by the way, is being updated right now, and the city has done a lot of work to try to get folks to participate in the comp plan, and there has been very, very few people who have shown up. And that really is your opportunity to influence where the city is gonna grow and what that growth will look like. And I haven't been impressed with the consultant that was hired by the city, but I have been impressed with the staff and the folks who do show up, for the thought and the deliberation that's being put into it, trying to be very thoughtful, you know, to have a community that basically preserves the attributes of Spring Hill that make it an attractive place to live, which is why we all live here, but at the same time allowing for that growth. And I think long-term that growth should have the effect of lowering your property taxes. The gentleman who spoke about Overland Park, yeah, Overland Park has the lowest property taxes in Johnson County, and Spring Hill is the highest. But a lot of that is because the tax base isn't high enough, and so Spring Hill is in that transition period where, you know, it's difficult to even maintain the existing roads that the city has, you know, let alone accommodate new growth. But that new growth does create, you know, excise taxes and property taxes and sales taxes, which help to offset those costs of maintaining, you know, the older areas and also doing the improvements that are needed. Sorry if I'm being long-winded. Number 7 is the impact of the proposed development on community facilities. Number 8, there's only 2 more, opposition or support of neighborhood residents. And this document says this is just one of the factors to be considered and is not by itself a sufficient reason to approve or deny a request. And then number 9 is the recommendation of the city staff, which is Mr. Burton and Mrs. Long. You know, what is their recommendation in working with the developers and what compromises have been made to make it more palatable to the community. But at the end of the day, those are the golden factors. And so what you don't see on the golden factors are what's the impact of traffic, or, you know, I don't like apartments, which, you know, I don't like apartments myself, but it's not a criteria, you know, that we can use necessarily. I have heard this developer talking about this because before I was up here, I attend most of these meetings. And I've heard it come up about 9 months ago, and so they've been talking about it for a while, and back then I talked to them in the audience on that day. It seemed to me like they really do want this to be a signature development where it will be nice, and so it's in their interest. If they want to sell all of these homes, you know, whatever the entire development is, all 400 acres, all 700 doors, it has to be done at a standard that protects their investment, at least on day one. The challenge, and Ms. Simmons was talking about it, and I agree with it, which is, you know, the challenge is that all of us in this room have to live with the consequences of the city's development. You know, whether it's traffic, whether it's crime, whether it's the impact on our property values, the impact on our schools, how pedestrian friendly is our community, all those things. And it's hard when a community is growing. You know, you'll never get it right, but things do work out over time. 15 years ago, I lived along 159th Street. Oh, by the way, I live on Ridgeview now, so I know all about traffic. And when I pull out of my driveway, it's half death wish and a gamble. It's like Russian roulette, trying to get onto Ridgeview and hoping someone's not going 60, which they usually are. But along 159th, and I don't know how many of you guys are familiar with that area, but like around 159th and Antioch, you know, 15 years ago, it was 2-lane with a 4-way stop. You know, and now that's a divided median intersection with 2 lanes, or 4 lanes, I guess you'd call it, in all directions. And, you know, the road developments don't happen overnight, and unfortunately, usually the development occurs first. Otherwise, those residents would be saying, hey, why are you spending all my tax dollars on improving this road and there's no one around here? Like, I don't understand that. So it's a balance for sure. Let's see if there's anything else that I didn't cover. I think that's it. But I appreciate the comments very much, and you know, I'm sympathetic to your guys' concerns for sure. And thank you guys for showing up.
Thank you, Chuck. You're much more eloquent than I am. So. Appreciate you going through all that. Yes, ma'am.
The only thing I was going to try to follow up with what some of the questions and Chuck's brief mention of the school district. The school district they have consultants that have looked at all of the proposed developments and developments that were happening. My understanding is this one was one of them that was included. I won't stand on a stack of Bibles for that, but I believe this one was included. But with how many doors, I'm not sure. But that's not really, it's as rude as it seems, it's not really a consideration for planning commission. It may be for city council more so than us. But I do know that the school district is very aware and very in tune with developments and the number of doors and what's happening and what's coming. In answer to the comment about there's only one school there, one elementary and one middle, every time that developments happen and have an impact on the enrollment in a certain school, whether it's the elementary or middle, they always are redrawing boundaries so that they're not busing kids as far to get the correct number of student enrollment in each of the elementaries or each of the middle schools so that it's somewhat equal across the board. So I know that the school district is very aware and very in tune and stays abreast of what's happening in the city with development, whether it's residential or apartments or commercial. They're very aware and very in tune.
I'll second that. Any other comments or discussion?
I do have a comment, but, because again, I know that we can't just vote just based on how many people show up to oppose it, but we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 that stood up and said they oppose it. One said doesn't necessarily oppose, but had questions and concerns. Just today, a friend of mine forwarded something on Facebook that was about how our hometown, which is Aurora, Nebraska, was chosen as the most charming small town in Nebraska, of 5,000 residents or less. Okay, so here's my thing. I mean, I grew up in a small town. We moved here because it was a small town, and that's what we wanted for our family back in 2006. We wanted we had moved from Olathe. We'd been there since 2004, just 2 years, and it was too big. And we loved Spring Hill. We looked at several small towns around here, and Spring Hill was what was charming to us. So again, I grew up in a small town that's 5,000 or less. Here we are, I won't say how many years later, but a number of years later, and it's still 5,000 residents.
Excuse me, it's 10,000 residents.
Aurora?
Oh, I'm sorry, it's Spring Hill.
He said,
Spring Hill's
No, I'm talking my hometown.
I apologize,
Was 5,000 residents back when I graduated, and it has remained that. And a council person once said to me, "Who are we to keep people out? Everybody wants what we have. Why? Who are we to not let them have it?" But it just dawned on me that people want what we have, but we don't even have what we want. I wanted a small town. We're so far away from that at this point. It's like I live in Woodland Ridge, and there's just subdivision after subdivision after subdivision going in. And I understand. Somebody said, when does it stop? When is enough enough? And I mean, that's the big question. I guess I'm okay with the way that it's zoned right now, because I feel like there's so many homes and townhomes and apartments that we've already approved. And just waiting for people to move into those and to study then the impact on the roads. It's, somebody mentioned 2 entrances. We only had one. I guess I didn't know that was a rule. But Woodland Ridge only had one for quite some time until they just started adding a new part of it, which I understand is also supposed to have townhomes. But I guess that's just kind of my point. I feel like we've got so many that we've already approved that are supposed to go in, not just on that side of town, but it's just all over. And what, I know that's part of what the comprehensive plan is for, but it's again envisioning, okay, so my vision was, I wanted to move to a charming small town, which I did in Kansas. And now I'm gonna have to move again to get to another charming small town, because this is becoming Olathe. And I feel like there's a significant number of current residents who also want the charming small town. And when are we going to shut those doors and say, you can have what we have, but buy the houses that are already here, or move into one of the developments that have already been planned? Cause I don't know, the numbers keep going up and up, and so, that's my point of view on it.
My comment to when are we gonna shut the doors is when city council puts a moratorium on building. I mean, I don't mean to be sarcastic about it,
Yeah.
but that's the reality of it, because planning commission can't shut the door. The only people that can shut that door is city council by saying, we're gonna stop, we're gonna put a moratorium, and we're gonna let these developments fill in and see what happens from there. That's, in my opinion, in my education of what I've known from years past, of how that has to happen.
You're the ones that make the first step before anything can happen.
Well,
But
we can
we
still,
don't have the moratorium.
we can still recommend not approving it,
Abs-
and council still can approve.
Right, but you can't do it because we need to shut the door. You have to have a legitimate reason, not just, like Chuck said, I don't like apartments. That rule, that opinion won't go very far and won't carry weight with council. So if you want to say no, I'm not saying you can't say no, I'm just saying you have to have backup reason for it, not just, I don't like apartments, like Chuck said.
Thank you. Any other comments?
I just have a few comments. I know that a lot of the issue revolves around the area of safety and road development, and like Mr. Burton indicated, that section of 199 has a CARS project attached to it. It's gonna start in 25. I understand that at least at the last council meeting I went to, city council meeting, that they found a way to appropriate the dollars to match the CARS grant. So my assumption is that it'll begin somewhere around 2025. We have to understand that these developments don't blossom immediately. The subdivision I live in started in 2006, and they think it's gonna be completed in 2025. So the number of houses that finally will be completed took
20 years.
20 years, over 20 years to get there. So what I'm basically saying is, I know there's a concern that the road needs to go in first, but all of the people aren't gonna be there in 2025 or 2030. maybe.
There's a lot that's already there now. It's not like we're asking for improvement.
Okay, we're past the public discussion now, so if you could just,
You guys need to hear better what we just said to you guys.
sir, I respected you and let you speak when it was your turn. Now it's not your turn to speak, okay? Thank you. Anything? Mary, anything?
No, we're just rezoning.
All right. Any other discussion on we've all made comments. Any other discussion about the rezoning before us? It's on. My children have never said they could not hear me. All right, then I would entertain a motion. Otherwise, we'll be here all night.
I like doing the denial ones, cause then I don't have to say why I say no.
Go ahead.
I can't find the wording. Where's number 2?
Keep going.
I move that we approve the application with final action by the governing body on July 25th, 2024, subject to the protest period and petition as provided by section 17.364.1 of the Spring Hill zoning regulations.
there a second?
I second it. Since I don't
Okay.
have it.
It's okay. All right, so the motion has been moved and seconded, so we'll start the voting on the left.
Start on the right.
Okay, we'll start the voting on the right, just to make it easy on you, Mary. I always start on the left,
Yeah,
I'll
it's
start on the
your
right
turn, it's
this
your
time.
turn.
Aye.
Nay. I do think it would, who's got me? I do think it would be detrimental to the surrounding, properties. I think that, especially the rural, homes that are in there and, the homes that are across the street in Prairie Creek, I think that it is going to be detrimental to their properties.
Prairie Ridge.
Prairie Ridge, I'm so sorry.
That's all right.
Yeah, I think definitely, I think it would be, it's definitely not gonna increase their property values. I think it's gonna be detrimental to them with having, that larger, this many homes right across the street. Nay.
I vote yes.
Aye.
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 Motion carries 5-1-0 to rezone to RR1, or PR1, excuse me. All right, moving on. Public hearing for rezoning application Z 24-2 RR to R1. All right, we'll have, this is another public hearing, so we'll open the public hearing. If there's any ex parte communication, it's the same zoning, so I'm assuming there's still none for this portion of it also as well. So staff reports.
Thank you again. This is from RR to an R1 zoning. Everything's the same, the application and the engineer, the owner is the same. If there's any questions on that, you can, I'll be more than happy to answer that. We're going straight to an R1 zoning. This, consistent with the purpose of the regulations and the intended proposed use district, obviously it's an R1. Going from a single family to a single family with no minimum lot sizes. Neighborhood characteristics, it is, it's actually larger lots than several of the subdivisions in the area. This is a straight 70-foot wide lots with the setbacks and all. Adjacent zoning is obviously single family, and there is some multifamily there on the corner of Ridgeview and 199th, which would be the northwest corner. The request of the change is based on a business model. Detrimental effect of the zoning to the use of the restrictions by the current zoning. As it's zoned right now, it's RR, which does not allow 70-foot lots, and R1 does. And it is a straight zoning. And I'll go ahead and say this. In this straight zoning, when the preliminary, or when the final plat comes in for this zoning, there is no discussion on elevations and all. That's all set out by setbacks and lot widths and all. The suitability of the area and all, obviously it allows this type of development of residential lots in accordance to the future land use plan, which we will talk about again. Detrimental effects of the zoning change. There should not be any detrimental effects to the values of properties in the area. There's no errors, corrections of errors that are being used for this zoning. Length of time it was brought into the city as an RR zoning, which is the existing zoning. Facilities, there's, as all of them that you'll hear tonight. The facilities are there, and it is part of a benefit district, existing for a long time. It conforms with the comprehensive plan. The comprehensive plan calls out for it to be a single-family area. Hardship, that would have to be addressed by the applicant if so desired. And the public gain is that it would be comparable, and actually in some of the subdivisions, it is a greater restriction than the existing area. The same criteria for the consideration and the alternative actions. And I'll be more than happy to answer any questions.
Mr. Burton, I just have one question about the benefit district. So will this, when I hear those words, I think of Dayton Creek. Will it be like that where the future homeowners will have to pay?
Right, so as, on the projective schedule of this benefit district will be paid off.
Prior to?
Yeah, it's already.
Oh, okay.
22, 23 years.
High school in?
This is when the high school went in.
Okay.
So it's a long-standing benefit district.
Thanks.
You bet.
Any other questions?
And there have been no other incentive packages asked for at this time.
Mr. Phelps, do you have anything you want to say? Or add
Thank
to
you.
it?
I will keep this brief. Again, Harold Phelps, Phelps Engineering, 1270 North Winchester. So this is the straight R1 zoning district, and as Patrick said, it's 75-foot lot. So this is your standard R1 single-family lot. It is about a little over 144 acres that's outlined in the red area. So as was pointed out earlier, the north-south road kind of follows the easterly line of that red line and then goes up to 199th Street. So everything that's shown in red is the straight R1. There are about 296 lots, I believe, in the R1. So it's a density of about two lots per acre. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay.
Mr. Phelps, can you clarify 70 or 75 foot?
75. 75 is the R1. 70?
Yeah.
I was thinking believe we laid it up.
It is listed out as 75 on this. 70 is the minimum.
Okay.
Yours is listed at 75.
So it's actually larger than the minimum requirement. Okay. Any other questions?
Bet.
Anything else from Mr. Phelps?
Thank you.
All right. Moving on then. We're back to public comment. If anybody else would,
Can I just ask Mr. Phelps a question? What's the projected price point for this? Because you said on RP one it was 400 to 450.
this is actually a rezoning. This isn't where we're plating.
He offered that on the RP one.
Okay.
I just thought he might want to offer that on the R1.
I cannot, so we don't have a specific product and we don't have the builder specifically lined up. But I can tell you in a 75 foot lot in Spring Hill, we're seeing $700,000 to $900,000 houses in that price range. By the time you develop the lot gets to be the price of 120 to 140, and it drives that price up. So that's
All right.
what we can expect.
Thank you. Any other public comment, not question?
Greg and Sarah again. I wasn't going to speak on this one, but just a point of clarification. 17310 D2, minimum lot width 75 feet. It's in your city regulation, so it's not bigger than the minimum, it's the minimum. So just a,
Jonathan Roberts, 17226 West 188th Street, Spring Hill. Some of what I've said has already been negated by your first vote, so, but I'm gonna follow up with a couple things. It's foolish to think that this is not gonna develop, right? I mean, everybody, that's just the way it is. And I think, most people are accepting of good planning. And for the most part, in my opinion, it is good planning. I think that ingress and egress off 199th Street is a mistake. You should put that load off on side streets. You don't see that happening in other communities. That's gonna cost you in the future. It's a bad idea. None of you have children doing left and right turns on that road that I'm aware of. I do, and that's something that concerns me, especially that four-way stop. And most of you remember when people were getting in accidents on that intersection and when it was a mess there. So, and I do want to remind you, the applicant, they're doing business tonight. Everybody else is an investor in your community. They have investments here. Some of us have been here for 20 years as part of this community. Some people have been here for a little bit less, but they are part of the community. You need to listen to them. It's your job to listen to them. I want you to remind you of that. And, as you go about this, remember, they're thinking of their families that live here. They're not thinking about the bottom line dollar of it, what the development generates. The applicant sells parcels. If you look at his business model, throughout the entirety of his business model, from what I can see on the internet, he divides up divides up parcels, sells them out. It's not bad. It's a normal business model, but in the end, it's bottom line for him. He doesn't have children going to school, taking left and right turns on that road. And on top of that, we're talking about plans for 199th Street. Let's remember, there are plans for 199th and 169 that have been sitting on a shelf for 15 years. So that saying that there's plans doesn't mean anything, really. It just says there's plans. And we all know that because we've all seen those plans. And the plans for 199th Street have been sitting there for at least a decade and making it a Super 2 road. And we've all seen them. The plates are there running all the way to Bucyrus. So just keep in mind, listen to the investors in your community, listen to their concerns. Take those into consideration prior to the time you're taking into consideration people that are here to do a bottom line on it. And the greatest detriment to this is not the fact that there is development, it is that there's ingress and egress onto 199th Street.
Thank you. Any more public comment? All right, moving on then. Board members, any further clarification from the applicant or staff? All right, seeing none, public hearing is now closed. Any deliberation?
I think R1 is easy. It's the only thing I in good conscience can't oppose. Just because it's, it's kind of the standard.
Well, from what everybody
single
says, this
family
is
homes.
what they want through town. They've been saying this forever. We want the bigger houses, we want the bigger houses, but now here's the bigger houses, well, we wouldn't want them. So, I mean, I drive down 199th every day, I work in Stanley. And it does get busy. But, I don't know. But for zoning,
Yeah, I can't disagree. R1 seems like an easy one. To Mr. Roberts' comment, no, I don't have children.
you still have children in the community that still drive that.
don't-
I do, mine are
I know.
adult children, but
I
they're
don't have
still my
that
children.
are driving to the high school. I don't have children that are driving in on Norton Street. I do have a son and 4 grandchildren that live on 199th. And I have witnessed the vehicles into their fence and their fence having to be repaired. So it's not without knowledge of what that road and traffic are like. I've been here 40 years. I was in the town when it was 2,000 people. So have I seen the plans and have I seen the growth? Absolutely. I've been on the other side opposing the growth. R1 seems simple.
Yeah. Just one comment that I'll make is that I do appreciate that we're being presented other than the R4, but other than the R4, we're seeing the totality of the proposed plat, even though we're not voting on that. And so I appreciate that. I've seen a lot of these proposals where they're very piecemeal, and so it's hard to get a sense of what is this gonna be in the end. So it's nice to actually see that, there's gonna be 296 R1 lots, 330 RP1, and so on, right up front. So it gives the community a better sense of
Because
what to
Mr. Phelps has
expect.
always given.
What to expect in 20 years.
He's always given way more information than he has to, which I appreciate, because going blind into something, we're just like, well, I don't know, what do we do? But Mr. Phelps has always been really good at, this is what our plan is, even though we don't have to give you this much information, because they don't have to, they could just say, we just want it rezoned, and that's all. But for him to actually go the next step and say, because this is what we want to do, I think says a lot as well. And it helps making our decisions a little, not all easier, but it's helpful.
Any other discussion? I'd entertain a motion then.
I move to recommend approval to the Spring Hill governing body for rezoning application Z-24-2 as presented by staff.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. We'll start the voting on the left this time.
Aye.
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 Yes.
There's no point for me to say no, since the other has been approved it now. If the other has been approved, then it seems,
You can say no.
it just seems, I understand, but I'm saying since the other has already been approved, it seems logical to go ahead and say A or yay. Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 6-0-0. All right, moving on to item 4, public hearing for rezoning application Z-24-3 rural residential to R2. Open the public hearing. And assume there's no ex parte communication that hasn't been already discussed. Any conflicts of interest?
No.
All right, and then we'll have staff report.
Thank you again. Ownership and the
There's gummies too.
applicant is all the same. This is a RR, rural residential, to an R2, which is classified as a two-family. This is straight zoning. It will be 22 acres plus or minus 45 lots. Their widths on this is 80 by 125, which minimum in accordance to code is 75 by 120. It is consistent with all the proposed regulations and guidelines. The characteristic of the neighborhood, although it is an R2 zoning, it is still residential in nature. And all the adjacent parcels, and our comp plan identifies mixed use in lots of areas, and the future land use plan shows this as residential type. Adjacent zoning, as we've gone through, that is single families, and there is some R4 zoning in the area. It's a change of the request because of change of conditions. The request is based on a business model again. Detrimental effects on this. The detrimental effects for this is that it does increase, there is some density increase on this. Other than that, it fits in with the comp plan and a mixed use. It is residential in nature. Sustainable of the parcel for the proposed district. The proposed district allows the development of these residential lots as two-family lots. It is not, this zoning is not correcting any errors The RR was brought in, the existing zoning was brought into the city limits at the time of annexed. The facilities are all there, as we've discussed several times this evening. The comp plan does call it out for just to be a residential, and in the comp plan, throughout that it does call for a mixed-use residential anytime we can. The hardship would have to be addressed by the applicant or the owner. And the public gain would be that this development is, this property is developed and it would support proposed future uses for the community.
Any questions for Mr. Burton? Any clarification needed? All right. Mr. Phelps, anything you want to add?
Thank you again, Mr. Chairman. Harold Phelps. I'm going to keep this even briefer. So this area is about 22 acres. Again, as I described, the RP1, this provides another product mix in the overall project. So in a project of this size, really needs some variation in the product that's available. So of the 22 acres, we're proposing 45 lots on the 22 acres. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
So that would be, if they're duplexes, that'd be 90 residences and. Okay.
That's correct, yes.
Any questions? All right, thank you. Public comment?
Once again, it's a question for Mr. Phelps, but, are these gonna be owned or rental properties?
Sir, could you please give your name and address for the record? Sorry.
Jim Rose, 17121 West 197th Place in Prairie Ridge. So I was just asking if the duplexes were gonna be owned or rental.
Would you like to answer that? You don't have to answer it if you don't want to. You may not know.
So, let me just state, so for the record, I think the intent is for them to be owned, and sold individually. But as anybody's house, you can rent a product, I mean, you can rent your own house out, so, but the intent would be to sell.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Just for the record, you can't rent a house in Prairie Ridge. It's against the HOA.
Bill Peterman, 19431 West 200th Street. I trust you people. I trust you quite a bit, and I think you voted well so far. So don't feel bad about putting these houses. My thing is, if the city's got rules, let's stay with the rules. And I hope somebody takes that to the city manager tomorrow about they need to put a second entrance into that subdivision. They missed by the law. And Mr. Phelps, I've heard nothing but good things about you, that you do a good job and have a good product. So please don't destroy this. The only thing I've got complaints about is I think that you could hide some of the fourplexes behind some of the nicer stuff, whereto it would be just a nice approach from. You don't go from $600,000 and $700,000 houses to fourplexes. That's my opinion. But I think it works better if you could hide those fourplexes back in there a ways. The other thing is, start with the road now. As that guy talked, my thing that I got from Johnson County said they're not starting on from Renner to 69 until 30 or 35. So, and the only thing they're doing is they're putting a shoulder on it for tractor trailers. That's, Johnson County's trying to cater. They've been wined and dined with the warehouses. So, they just want to, make sure that they get that. So the city has got money for it. They got cars. We need to start that road tomorrow. If we start, Pat, do we do one side at a time? No. On the roads, on 199th? When they rebuild that, would they do the north side or or they do all of it?
Right, we actually have not, seen the plans yet, so, there's been talk both ways.
Yeah, we need to get started on that today, because if we wait, we run into problems, or maybe we need to postpone this. Maybe, my other thing is, Mr. Smith that you work for, built those houses next to me at Brookwood Farms, and they're rentals. We've already got their kids coming over to our swimming pool. So I've got problems with that because we don't control them. So, thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Oh, sorry. I didn't see him walking up there.
Chris Peterman, 17219 West 197th Place. Guys, I guess this is where I really have some issues. I've heard signature development, right? That's what we're voting on right now. The signature development, right now what I see is the main entrance. Sorry, I don't have a screen here that I can point to. This is the main entrance, right, off 199th, is that what we're talking about? The signature development is where we want to put fourplexes and duplexes. I don't think any of us are, again, C2, I'm okay with that. The larger homes, RP1, R1, whether they're 50-foot lots or 75-foot lots with 25 or 35-foot build lines, I think we're all okay with that. But again, I really have a problem with the signature development with the main entrance right here, and that's where we want to put the multifamily homes. I think there's some better areas that we can look at around this. C2 up here, we've got some commercial. You know, why not switch these two? We've talked about trying to put a barrier between, right? We've all had that conversation. So again, signature development, main entrance, multifamily. So I think 0.4 and 0.5, which we're on 0.4 right now. I think 0.4 and 0.5 really need to be taken into account. We've all discussed the traffic. We've all discussed the roads that need to be started now. That's been established. But again, we really got to look at this multifamily of a signature development at the main entrance. That's the first thing you see when you drive into this signature development.
So just to clarify.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm a little out of turn here, but I think the R2 is back from the road. I think you're referring to the R4, but that's not even before us right now.
That's correct, and I am jumping ahead 1 point, so I did state 0.4.
Yeah, so the R2 is.
And 0.5.
It's platted, but you can kind of see the layout, but it's actually behind the C2 to the south of it. The one we're talking about now.
Right, and so what are we gonna talk about on 0.5?
The R4?
Yes, sir, thank you.
That's what we'll talk about on 0.5.
Understood.
Okay.
Multifamily.
I could be wrong, because I've seen this in other approved developments in Spring Hill. I might be wrong, but I suspect the reason the developers want to put the higher density housing close to the road is for access. So that, because they're.
What does that do for traffic?
Well, it'll have more traffic, right? Because you've got more residents in those rooftops. And so I'm guessing that if you had single family up front, then those homes become less attractive because all the traffic is going by them all the time. I might be wrong, but I suspect, because I've always thought I would like to see it tucked back in the back too. You know, like to me, logically, it's like, hey, it's out of sight. But I think the reason most of these developments are drawn with the multifamily near the road is for ease of access, knowing that those buildings generate more traffic.
Right.
And that will be less traffic then for the people who are further in. But I hear what you're saying.
So that goes against, or that goes with everything that my neighbors have now spoke of, right, for the traffic and all of that on 199th. If this multifamily R2, R4 was on a side street. Go ahead, sir.
No, I was just gonna ask you to finish up. We were, this early isn't supposed to be a conversation. This is supposed to be a chance for you to make your comments.
No, I like the question and answer. That's perfect. I mean, that's why we're
but
here.
that's not what it's supposed to be.
Okay, understood. So again, I'm gonna state that for the last time here. Signature development, multifamily, right here at the entrance. Thank you.
Thank you. Ma'am, did you want to speak? I didn't want to cut you off, so.
Yeah, my name is Kathy Wolf, and I live at 16535 West 202nd Terrace, across from this development. And I just want to be sure there's enough entrances and exits out of all this, so the overflow traffic doesn't then come down West 202nd Terrace and inconvenience the heck out of us, because we've got little kids, we got old people that walk the street because we don't have sidewalks and curbs, because we're in the county. But we also have a big bunch of bicycle people that come through at 7 o'clock at night. There's going to be injury and accidents with excess traffic. That's it, thanks.
Great. Thank you.
I'm gonna ask one more thing and I'll be very quick. Because I lost this one when we built the new high school. Remember, I wanted a sidewalk on 199th, and we couldn't do that because the road was gonna come in later on. So the road's coming in there, or should be coming in, we should know where it's gonna go. Make sure we put a sidewalk on at least one side, maybe on, you probably got enough money for concrete for a sidewalk over there, don't you?
No, this is on the other side.
That's all I ask.
This-
Maybe not Mr. Phelps, but
Like those.
Yeah, it'll be, that's when they do the road.
good point. We need to measure that sidewalk.
Jeremy L, 17201, 197th place
I'm
in,
sorry, Jeremy?
yes, Jeremy L. And I'm sorry, this is my first one coming to one of these, so,
Well,
kind of,
welcome,
Ian's name
welcome.
written down, so.
kind of, yeah, good one to come to, right? I have to think that, most of these same concerns have been similar concerns for other divisions that have been plopping in, around the 199th, region. And specifically, roads and schools, I hear talked about a lot here. Throughout all of those new developments that have come in over the past couple of years, I haven't seen any infrastructure development as part of those. So while we're giving this promise of roads that will be constructed and schools that will be advanced, I have to think those same promises came with all of these previous divisions as well. And maybe it'd be interesting to take a tally back to the previous ones that were all voted in and see how many of those ones had these same concerns, how many of those had these same promises of infrastructure, and how many of those have received the infrastructure that we were promised. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ann Simmons, again. I've never heard anybody ever say anything, as many of the meetings I've been to. What about the police department? What about the fire department with all this going on? Where are they going? Who's going to take care of everybody? I mean, I've never heard anything about a new fire station. Well, I did see that they built another building there. But what about the police department? What about the fire department? I know the county backs this up a little bit when we have to, but is there any, that's my concern. So I don't want, like you said, question and answer thing. I'm not trying to get into that, but I have not once heard anybody mention anything about that. About the fire department or the police department.
I believe it's because this is a rezoning.
Huh?
It's because this is a rezoning, not a plat.
I know, but you gotta rezone for a fire department, for a police department, they gotta have a house,
They have.
right?
They approve when we come with the plats and the roads that are finalized. All that stuff is run through the police department, and the fire department.
No, I mean, to expand,
Yes.
You're saying to add more police officers?
what?
Are you saying to add more police officers? Is that?
Well,
what-
yeah, you gotta, if you're gonna expand your city, you have to have coverage for fire and for police, first responders, whatever. It's gotta all go together. I mean, the county can't take care of everything.
Okay, thank you. All right. Any board members need any more clarification, any questions?
I have one question.
Okay.
For Mr. Burton. I didn't mean to make you get up.
Oh, that's okay.
So the gentleman who asked about infrastructure kind of reminded me of a question, which is, So the bigger picture here is that, I'm counting 705 units, which is, quite a few. So if our assumptions of number of residents, including children per household, is say 3, so that's 2,100 people, which would add to the city's population by 20%. So it's pretty significant. Now, I know that might be 20 years from now when it's fully developed. That's
correct.
But I know there's been some studies and a lot of looking at the ability of our sewer plant to support development. But can you make a comment about that? Like, what is the city's capacity for infrastructure, which would be, I saw that it was Johnson County that provide water, but for sewer specifically, to support this type of development?
Right, so at the time when we get a preliminary plat, I mean, Mary said, and it is correct, that THS and Mr. Phelps have always been real open on what they'd proposed, number of lots and things like that. Those items are looked at final plat. It's sent to all the departments. Community development does it, and then whatever that response is back from them. And then that is under the CIP advisory by the governing body. What I'm getting at is, if we were to receive items that came back, let's say from Public Works that is in charge of the sewer, says, hey, we can't handle this, that would then be placed into the report. I can answer a little bit real quick about also the police and fire and all. The chairman is correct that at rezoning, it's not ever, I mean, we're always including them on everything. But that's also the time that they look at exactly what you did, a quick calculation of population and things like that. And that would go towards the budget side. The sewer infrastructure, if it cannot be handled, then we would get a report back from the Public Works, and then we'd have a meeting with the developer and see if what their exact phasing is, or, can the Public Works only handle so much of it, things like that.
Watershed.
And then it also, in some instances, that's correct, if they are gonna do new sewer. And then also, there was moratoriums that were talked about, and if it gets to a point where we're running out of sewer capacity, in other communities, that's where we've seen the moratorium come in, saying that, there is no more sewer capacity.
You're welcome. Any other questions for Mr. Burton? All right. Public hearing is now closed. Opportunity for members to debate.
So I just learned that the moratorium on development, Cindy, could happen once the sewer plant reaches capacity. And that could be the limiting factor, because we keep asking that.
No, that's not what I said.
Oh, it's not?
It can be placed on it. It doesn't have to. There are some guidelines by the state that you are allowed to go over your threshold as long as you are in the process and, it's under your comprehensive plan, the plans are going, it's quite a long process, so.
Imagine they were busy yesterday with 6 inches of rain in a couple of hours. My comment is just, so I did the math, the 705 units, and so this R2 is 90 units, so 45 times 2, which is only 12% of the total number. So I like the fact that in totality, and I know Mr. Phelps commented that, with a development this large on 397 acres, you need some diversity of the housing options and what products you're offering. So I totally understand that, and I also kind of like that it's only 12% and it's not 50% or higher. That's all I had.
Well, and then they're requesting R2, which means they can build single-family residences
Yeah.
on it.
Yep. Good point.
But they don't have to bring it before us.
Not if it's R2. It would have to go through plating,
Say it has to come through plating.
During the plat.
but it wouldn't be, we wouldn't have to approve it or disapprove whether they wanted to put single-family residences on it. Because it's owned R2.
We would know at plating.
Yes.
Yeah.
I didn't misspeak there, did I, Mr. Bird? Okay.
I just, again, I mean, I know I sound like a broken record, but I just feel like we've got so much, so many houses already, and then adding more high density or multifamily housing, it's just a lot. I know it's a large, piece of land, and I do appreciate that there are 22 acres from which this is going to be developed, because I think that's about how many acres it was that they put like 300 some houses on across the street from me. But, anyway. It's not that I don't like apartments, I've lived in an apartment, I've lived in a townhome. I just, again, we seem to be offering a lot of them lately.
Thank you. Any other comments? Any other debating?
Nope.
Any other discussion about the fact that it's R2 versus RP2 or anything? Then I'd entertain a motion.
Move to recommend approval for the Spring Hill governing body for rezoning application Z 24-3, no.
That's right.
Oh, that's right, okay. 24-3 is presented by staff.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Go back to voting, starting the voting on the right.
Oh, aye.
Ooh.
I was waiting to hear Mary.
Gotta keep you on your toes.
3 off.
I'm still gonna go back today, cause I do think it's unfavorable development in the area, detrimental
Rezoning.
effect of zoning change.
Rezoning.
Okay.
Yes.
Aye.
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 Motion carries 5-0-1. All right. Does anybody need a bio break before we move on to item 5?
I'll bring a break.
Okay, so let's recess for 10 minutes. Give everybody a chance to,
Did you say 2?
I said 10?
10?
Oh, I can make it
Sorry,
2.
10,
Get out of here.
Run.
so,
Better run.
okay. So reconvening back at 9:38. To order. Moving on to item 5.
Sure.
All right, start the public hearing for rezoning preliminary plat application Z 24-4 from RR, RP1, RP2, and CP2 to R4. And any ex parte communications we need to discuss?
No.
Any conflicts of interest? All right, staff report then. Mr. Burton?
Thank you again. This is a rezoning. There are several different existing zoning districts on this that will be changed to, or that are asking to be changed to an R4 district. Everything is the same ownership, applicant, and all. This is a 43 plus or minus acre site, and they are asking for a straight R4 zoning. I will say that R4 is single-family, duplex, and multifamily is allowed in that zoning district. Consistent with the proposed regulations, intent, purpose of the district, it is intended use to be with the R4 type zoning district. The characteristics of surrounding neighborhoods are mixed, and the development allowable for an R4 zoning would fit into the area. R4 does not necessarily mean that it would be used for multifamily. We are assuming that the intent at this point on what they have said, on what they were providing us, is they did show 12 units per acre. The code allows up to 14. Adjacent zoning consists of residential, as well as on both sides of this, on the east and the west, is proposed, existing commercial on the east side. Request changes, it's based on the business model. The future land use does show this as a mixed use type of zoning to be used in that. The permitted use in that district I just went over with you, it is everything from single family to multifamily. The detrimental effect of the change of use, multifamily, it will, if it's used for multifamily, then it would be a higher density. Although they are, what they have said on their draft plat is that it would be about 2 units less per acre than what is allowable. It's allowed 14, as you can see on their chart there. They say they're using it for 12 at the maximum. It is not for any correction of any errors. It has been zoned, these different districts, since 2006. The facilities are adequate for this. As I spoke earlier, the comprehensive plan does call this for a mixed use. The hardship would have to be addressed by the owner, as we understand is because of his business model. And as Mr. Phelps has said several times, they're trying to accommodate all different types of uses in this. And our code does, the future land use does ask that, we look at these different subdivisions and try and have a mixed use in them that doesn't discriminate on any class or race or anything else. Public gain, of course, it would be more a denser use that would allow for more people to support the mixed use or the commercial.
Any questions for Mr. Burton? Mr. Phelps?
Thank you again, Mr. Chairman. Harold Phelps, Phelps Engineering, 1270 North Winchester. I think Patrick pretty well covered, it is about 43 acres. We are projecting about 12 units per acre max. The problem and the reason we haven't shown any exact buildings or exact layout is because it's premature. Until we really have a user, that somebody's gonna come in with a specific building, it probably doesn't make a lot of sense to do a layout and then come back and revise it. So when we will come back to this body with a plan at the time for a preliminary and final development plan. So you all will have a chance to review exactly what we're proposing on this property. But as Pat said, this does provide even an additional market for the area. So whether it's the, teachers across the street, whether it's policemen, firemen, I think, as was stated this evening, we've all lived in apartments, we've all lived in townhomes. So this provides another housing choice within the city of Spring Hill in a location and a development where people want to live. So that's what we're trying to create for this environment. I will go on the record here. I've not had a specific conversation with Tom Smith, but in our conversations, we understand 199th Street has to be constructed, okay? We understand that that road is in the process. It's been funded by CARS. The city's got to come up with their share of the money. To be quite frankly honest, we don't plan on building the R4 or the C2, the commercial, until that road is built. So I want to go on the record that we believe that road needs to be built before this development as well. But at the same time, what we want to do is we're showing the entire plan. So we want to make sure that we get the plan in place so that the future residents that we're selling houses to, starting at the south, coming north, they know what's going to be there, and everybody kind of has an idea what the overall plan is. So that's why we've shown and we've come in for this adjustments this evening, and just wanted you to know what our understanding was as well. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for Mr. Phelps?
Yeah, so how far out do you anticipate that could be? 5 years, 2 or 3?
Yeah, so.
You're talking an additional possibly 5 years.
Yeah, so that's a great question. I can tell you Brookwood, we started in 2007. It's almost 20 years old. Now, the difference in that product is you had one set of builders. So the developer was the builder as well. So he built all the homes, or pretty much all the homes in the subdivision. But so much of that depends on the economics. There are some other projects out there. We see with Brookwood is in the last phase, and it's wrapping up. So we see that as a market that could potentially move here. That's a great market for the move-up buyer. This project is probably a 15 to 20 year project. I mean, from the time we start until the last project's done.
And the last project would be this part of it? Would be the R4?
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you, the first part is we're gonna start down on 207th Street. I think there may be, we may, as 199th Street improves, we may start to see some pad sites, and some restaurants and things developing on 199th Street, concurrent as things coming up from the north side. I wouldn't say it's the last part, but I'm gonna tell you that it's going to be a secondary part as we build the demand for this product as we head to the north.
And you've mentioned it before, whether or not they intend to have rentals or maintain or sell them. Do you have intentions on that?
This is more likely to be a rental product.
Okay. Higher end, or do you know?
Yeah, that's pretty tough. I think just about everything we build today in Johnson County is higher end, comparatively. I mean, when rents start at, you know, for a one-bedroom house at $1,200, that's pretty high end. But that's where it has to be, to build this product.
Any more questions?
Can you give us, do you have any, maybe examples, I guess, in mind, based on your discussions with the developer of what this community might look like? Are there any examples in Johnson County today of something we can look to and say, that's kind of the vision of what this might become 15 to 20 years from now?
So I can't think of a specific example because there aren't very many developments that are 400 acres. Most developments are 40 or 80 acre tracts. And I can tell you from my experience that we're going to see more and more mixed use type developments. And that's the only way we're going to be able to create housing for everybody. So I think we're going to see less and less just, 80 acres or 120 or 160 acres of straight single-family subdivisions. When I look at, and I know Spring Hill's working on a comprehensive plan, but I just served on Overland Park's comprehensive plan revision, working on Olathe's. The direction is all mixed use. It's all intermingled. So I really think that's what we're going to see more of over the next 20, 30 years.
With some more common spaces?
With more amenities, I think the demand is amenities, absolutely. I don't think it's any different in residential than it is in office or anything else. Everybody is demanding more in the product that they're renting or buying.
So do you see these, I guess maybe even closer, like Stone Post Ranch type of apartments where there's like a concierge, or are you thinking like something Black Hawk or less? Black Hawk is nice, but I mean,
Yeah.
what is your, I mean, you're talking mixed use, cause there's somewhere for everyone, so everyone can't afford Stone Post Ranch.
Yeah.
What kind of
So
everyone?
Yeah, no, that's a good question. So I would see it more as Black Hawk type garden type apartments, multi-story apartments.
Was my comment earlier on point, I guess, with respect to why the multifamily is generally positioned near the major road? I mean, is it versus buried out of sight? Is that just for access, or is there something else
Yeah, no, I think,
from a design?
yeah, keeping, I think that was a good point on the traffic standpoint. We're keeping the traffic on the edges. We're keeping it closer to the collector roadway, which is to the arterial. So when we look at the hierarchy of streets, we're trying to get it to the major street as soon as possible. So it's not driving through the residential neighborhood, whether it's this residential neighborhood or whether it's going across the street.
That's kind of what I imagine too, is that it's less opportunity for accidents inside inside the development, with less traffic on the interior.
Right.
So, okay,
Exactly.
makes sense.
Can I ask another question as well?
Yes.
I don't know if you thought about it. I didn't see it in here. And I apologize if I have overlooked it. But another resident made a comment earlier about how people in rentals are using the pool that's in the neighborhood provided by the HOA or what have you. Do you guys is that in your vision to provide pools for the apartments? Because these would be right across from Prairie Creek's pool, which is very nice.
Prairie Ridge.
Prairie whatever.
Yeah, no, that's it.
There's too many names.
No, that's fine. So what we're envisioning is we'll have an amenity package for the single-family residents and the duplexes. And then the R4 will have an amenity package, swimming pool, clubhouse with that amenity.
Bowling alley.
Right, yep.
Pickleball?
Yeah, pickleball.
Right.
Everybody's got pickleball.
Any more questions? All right, moving along.
Thank you.
Any public comment from anybody who hasn't spoken yet?
Does that mean I can't speak?
No. Just trying to limit it to keep moving here.
Mine have been brief. Jim Rose, 17121 West 197th Place in Prairie Ridge. What's the big hurry to get this approved since it's not gonna happen for a long time? The developer has no plans specifically for here. I mean, and it would allow at 12 units per acre, we're talking, it could be 516 apartments. That's a lot of apartments and that's a lot of people. And it seems to me, we haven't even started on the apartments that have been approved off of Webster, right? I mean, I don't understand what the hurry is. So that would be my comment. It's like, I just don't understand why we would need to approve it now until the development is further along and the developer comes back with a specific plan for this area.
Thank you.
May I answer that from my understanding? Or not?
Only if you only get yelled at.
Get yelled at?
Spencer's gonna get you.
Well, that's what I'm asking.
Yeah, I mean, you're welcome to, but that's also an excellent thing to preserve until you all are discussing amongst yourselves after the public hearing, so that we can get our folks here their chance to talk, as I'm now talking into that. Sorry, sir.
Ralph Tice again. More people on a 2-lane road. That's gotta be fixed. And I know they said that they won't start on this until the roads are fixed. Can we get that in writing? I mean, saying something and down the line, all of a sudden they're building it. We have nothing to go against them with. So I think we need to get the roads fixed before we bring all these people in.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Good evening. Thank you for being here. You got me out of a very sweaty Little League baseball game and probably getting rained on. My name is John Pullman. I live at 19807 Barstow Street in beautiful Prairie Ridge. I was also merciful. I didn't get up last one, although I was kind of against it. But the reason I let those slide is there's already CP1, RP1, and RP2 zoned. And it was there when I built my house, and I'm okay with it. This R4 is a non-starter. Not that I have to call for it, or I get to make the call, but the density of the housing is inappropriate. Staff says, well, there's varied housing around it because you're approving it tonight. It's R1, or R4 is not appropriate for this. The density, the number, and the fact that they came without a plan. No idea of, is it fourplexes, is it row houses? And from that standpoint alone, I think you need to deny this. And I'll keep it short with that. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
I'm Adam Nelson. I live at 19709 Barstow Street, also in Prairie Ridge. The main thing that I want to say is just that most of us knew moving to Spring Hill that we wanted to move to Spring Hill for the small town feel. I also grew up in a small town in Colorado. My graduating class would have been like 35 people. We moved here for that same feeling for our boys. We knew it was going to grow just because we're on the edge of Johnson County. But now we're throwing up apartments. We've already have apartments going in other places within the city. And now these are right across from our neighborhood. To echo John's point, when we built our house, we knew what the zoning was when we built it. So I support keeping it the same that it is. Another thing from a population density standpoint is, we're wanting to cram as many houses as we can into these developments, and I get it. We gotta push as much as we can. However, I've also woken up at like 4 o'clock in the morning to my neighbor's house on fire. And I was 16 feet away. It still did damage to my house. You put a house 5 feet away, I would have lost my house too. So that's just another thing to consider from a huge safety standpoint. That's something that affects me, my family, everyone on our street personally every day. And I also hope that none of you ever have to experience that because it's terrible. It's a horrible way to wake up. I get it, apartments, they're not gonna be stacked on top of each other, but a lot of these other developments are, even the ones that are already planned. So all I ask is that, give us a little consideration. Let's keep Spring Hill, Spring Hill. Let's keep it a little bit country if we can. I think that would benefit us most in the long run. So, thanks.
Thank you. Make it quick, Bill. You've already spoken twice.
I know it. Three's a charm.
3 times,
I was
okay.
gonna say, wait a minute, are you sure this?
Yeah, Bill Peterman, 19431 West 200th Street. I would like everybody that's here tonight in the audience to remember, city council is the second Thursday and the fourth Thursday of every month. And they have a citizens participation, just like you guys have had tonight, and they will listen to you. And things will go a long way if you go to city council and you voice your opinion about what we're talking about tonight. They can't do it all at once. We gotta just, besides here, we need to go to city council. So, thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Anybody else? All right, moving on then. Any board members have any further clarification from the applicant or staff? All right, public hearing is now closed. Deliberation or comments, or just for us to talk?
I'm gonna go first tonight. I mean, we're on this one. Chuck keeps on. I
know.
see you move
I'm a
over there every
microphone
time.
hog.
So I just am politely letting you, but, okay, so, one of the residents had mentioned, if there's, this plan isn't for 5 to 10 years, why put it in here? And I appreciate that the developer had said, that they wanted to let the people who are buying the $700,000 homes know ahead of time that this is the plan. That there will eventually be apartments here. And so, if you wanna put your $700,000 down here, great. If not, go somewhere else. So I think that that, is important, just to having that transparency ahead of time. So I think that's why they're coming before us now. That said, I do still think it's, too high density housing for this area. Even it's gonna be, 10 to 15 years down the road, we have no idea. But an additional 500 people right there, I don't think it's in line with the existing neighborhood.
Actually, it's 1,500 people.
I'm sorry,
500
516.
units.
Right. Potentially, yeah.
Times the number of people in each unit.
Correct. I mean, unless you're Dominic and there's 5 of you. Or 7.
I was gonna say 7, Debbie.
So, I don't know where 3 comes
3,000
from.
people.
Yeah, so,
You've grown.
well, okay, so 9 then, yeah. Anyway. Or a Mitchell. Mitchells have a lot of children too.
They're all gone.
Is it my turn?
Yep.
With 5 kids.
So Debbie, I have to say, I agree with you on this one, because when you look at the totality of the math, so far on the RP1, the R1, and the R2, we've approved about, capacity for around 705 residents. But if you figure each one has 3 people, maybe 2 adults and a child on average, that's 2,100. This R4 alone could be 1,500 additional residents. So it's virtually doubling the scope of this proposal, of this development. And personally, I can appreciate the, the need to have, this is a huge development, so I can appreciate the need to have mixed, types of products or residences in there. But I also feel like, this type of high density apartments really should be positioned closer to even bigger roads, like closer to the highway, where there's really ease of access. And I know this is close to a school, so it maybe fits from that perspective. But for me, this is probably just one rezoning too far, and just because the density is so high. So I'm not going to support it.
Mr. Burton, isn't this next to an arterial? Is there a higher road than an arterial? Besides the highway? Okay, so this is this is next to the highest road that we can have in our community that's not a highway.
Is it closer to 199th, so that would be.
It's right up there next to 199. I'm not arguing with you.
No, a good point.
Because
It's not a highway, but it's.
well, but
next- it's the
I
next best
I
thing.
have a catch when I think about it that that's a lot of people to put in a small area like that. But we're also talking about an arterial road with commercial right next door, which is one of the reasons they put the commercial next door to where all the people are, because they want the people to come across the street over to where the restaurants and the stores are.
Yep.
But I do understand the hesitation on that.
Yeah. And in this case, this is where I kind of also go back to the idea a little bit of who was there first, you know, and so the apartments were there first, and then Prairie Ridge was developed after that. You know, to me, that's a little different, because the R4 would have been there and it was pre-existing, but in this case, it's not. You know, this is a rezoning. So we're, you know, voting on a very high impact change, you know, for the long term.
Is this closer to the 69 side of it though?
Yeah. No, it's closer to the 169 side.
Oh, okay. I thought
It's
it
on the
was
west
other
side of it.
way. So it is close to a highway though, technically, or is it like
Well-
smack in the middle?
Smack in the middle.
It's in the
Yeah.
middle.
It's between Ridgeview.
It's in the middle.
It's closer to the high school.
Oh, okay, I'm with you.
But I mean, this is a part of this total development. I mean, in the future, you know, this could become R2, it could be RP2, it could be more commercial. You know, there's lots of other options that would, in the end, have, you know, lower impact to the existing residents.
I'm gonna echo Debbie's thoughts too on the fact that I appreciate them trying to be upfront with potential buyers that would be coming in for the R1 or the RP1. This is awful dense. This is a lot more than what I would hope to see in that area. Whether we go RP4 and they lighten up on 12 units an acre and do 10 units an acre, or whether they come back and, well, depending on how that goes, whether they come back and say, let's go R2, or, at this point, it's just a very big horse pill to swallow.
Mr. Burton, what's the highest density of residential zoning we have? Don't even, what?
14.
14
per.
And that's
R4.
R4, or is it, I thought there was an R6 for some reason, but, okay, just R4, so it is the highest density that we have in our zoning currently.
And remember that this zoning also encompasses commercial, which is a more intrusive zoning than residential.
Yep, and I've heard you say that before with the one that's on the south side of town. You know, that commercial can in some ways be higher impact with even greater traffic.
Zoning from commercial to any type of residential is typically considered a down zone, so a less intensive use.
Yeah.
Repeat that again for me, please.
Zoning from commercial to residential, even in an R4 like this, is considered a down zone. So you're zoning down to a lower intensive use.
I think it depends on what goes in though. If there's a daycare,
We don't know. It could be the most intense commercial use, or it could be a vacant building. So that's the danger. It's the same thing with a straight R4. We don't know what that's going to look like. So right now you're just zoning to R4, and while the applicant provided a number, it could be lower. It could be up to 14, I suppose. I mean, that's sort of that's your straight zoning, as opposed to a planned
Just because
district.
it's 12 doesn't mean it's gonna be 12. It could
Right.
be the 14.
It could be
I'm just
1.
saying-
It could be 14.
Right.
I doubt it'd be 1.
Right.
Business sense wise, but it could be.
10's are
Yeah.
reasonable.
So would an RP4 be better versus just a R?
Well, an RP4 means that we would have more teeth in what we can,
But R4.
But it's also
they
probably
would
higher
just-
density yet.
Well, and
Yeah, RP
If it were
four wouldn't
RP.
change the 14 units though, right?
No, but they couldn't just go in and do.
no, I think that the difficulty in the applicant pointed this out is when you add that P on there, they need to come to you at the rezoning with a preliminary development plan and some sort of setup. And right now, doesn't sound like the applicant has that. So that's maybe speaking a bit out of turn. That's probably why you're seeing this as an R4 rather than typically we'd see it as an RP4.
True. Because they don't know yet.
Which was the same thing with the R2.
Right, but just, that's what I'm saying. It just,
Yeah.
yeah, I didn't
With the bigger one though,
process that.
but they don't have to rezone it to like an RP after an R.
Correct. Any comments, questions? Ditto?
If this isn't a no-brainer like the R1.
No, I mean, I think it is very high density, you know, and
Yeah.
But we have, so with the R instead of the R, my brain's still working on this. We have no say in any part of it.
They still have to bring a plat.
Well, I mean, it's like we would with the RP.
Correct.
We just can't, we don't have the same, we don't have to approve the type of materials that they use. We can't say that we'd like it to be, look this way or whatever. It's just gonna be whatever they choose to, that's gonna be R4. Is that, I don't think I'm speaking out of turn on that.
And then what about like the streets or anything like that? We won't have any, well, you know, like if you want curb or whatever, you know,
Well, they're gonna have curb and gutter, I mean, that's,
or a second entrance. or
We don't have any of the street infrastructure plans.
Yeah.
This is just, this area is gonna be R4, and before anything gets built or further approved, there will be plans and plats to bring to you all. So we're not telling the developer R4, you go nuts with your building.
No,
Still
I'm
have to
just
come
trying
back.
You know,
But yeah.
because we usually like the RPs or whatever, or we're not like, they're more ideal, I guess, is a better word, than just the R.
The reason for
They
a
just give
plan,
us more teeth.
plan
That's
district
what I
is a
mean.
trade-off.
We usually don't like
Right.
Mine's on.
I'm ready.
Yeah, mine's on. Oop.
okay. Motion?
Everybody done? Yeah. I, move to deny, is this right? I move to deny the approval.
We're moving to recommend approval or denial, so it's move, if you're against
Okay,
the
gotcha.
motion to recommend it.
I move to recommend denial to the Spring Hill governing body for rezoning application Z24 for as presented by staff.
I second it.
It's been moved and seconded to deny recommending approval of this. So I'll start the voting on the left.
I to deny.
Aye.
Vote your conscience.
Aye.
Yes to deny.
Aye.
I did deny.
Motion carries 6-0 to deny the recommendation. All right, moving on to item number 6, public hearing for rezoning preliminary plat application Z 24-5 RR, RP1, RP2, CP2 to C2. Yes, sir, I'm sorry. Oh, sorry, this public hearing, any ex parte communications?
No.
Any comments or
No.
conflicts of interest?
Nope.
Okay, staff report, sorry. Thought I was almost done.
Thank you. This proposed rezoning is to a C2 district, and there are 4 different districts that it encompassed to change it to a straight C2 zoning. It's 84 plus or minus acres. Some of this is already a commercially zoned district, and they are changing our RP1 and RP2 to the commercial. The consistency of the intended regulations of what they're asking for in the zoning is consistent. The neighborhood characteristics in accordance to the future land use plan is it's asked for mixed use for commercial to support residential. Adjacent zoning, as you've all been through tonight, all the adjacent zoning of it, or the majority of it, is residential-based type zoning that provides a platform for the commercial to succeed. The requested change is based on, as Mr. Phelps has said several times, a model that they're trying to use for this entire development. And hopefully that it would not only be a good use and for this development, but for all the developments in the area with the commercial type zoning that is very lacked up in that area. Detrimental effects if the zoning change, it is up against a major arterial, and supporting commercial is needed for the area. It is not correcting any errors. The length of time a lot of these zonings took place one of them was the RR when it was annexed in. The rest of them were 2006 type zonings. The current utilities are all there. It does conform with the comp plan as in a mixed use, as we've talked about several times. Hardship would be up to the applicant, and what this does do for public gain is it does have an area for commercial to be able to be constructed to support the area.
So not to confuse the point, but how does this fit in with not rezoning the other area to R4? Because when we're
Right,
seeing all our
so,
maps and stuff, you
as I
understand
said
my question? Because
I do, and as I said before, that a mixed use in a development, you're right next to the major street that will look like a highway in a few years' time, and it's just like anything, for good commercial to succeed needs people. And, that's so, it will probably, in probably community development's opinion, it will probably stifle the speed of which commercial is developed on this. And that's so, but overall, eventually, as time progresses and the entire 1 mile area there is fully developed, then hopefully the commercial can succeed.
all right. Any other questions for Mr. Burton?
Could you remind me of what type of commercial would be C2?
All commercial, that's our top commercial zoning. So, and the reason that we had a discussion with the developer on that, but grocery stores are a high impact that have to be under a C2 zoning. Car washes even under a C2 still require some conditional use due to, I don't know, I guess they're a terrible menace. And so it really is our highest commercial use. But to get a well-rounded to be able to use a mixed use in this, it really needs to be in that C2, or we'll just be bringing everything back for conditional uses. And, maybe this one little tract would have to rezone for a C2, and this gives a good round. Remember, we still have site plans.
Right.
So.
Any other questions for Mr. Burton? All right, thank you.
You betcha.
You're up again.
Getting us down. Thank you again, Mr. Chairman. Harold Phelps, Phelps Engineering, 1270 North Winchester, Olathe. Let me just say that, you know, our vision of this is really to serve the area. And we have, you know, a grocery store obviously in Spring Hill, kind of down at the south end. We envision a grocery store at this location. In fact, what we would envision this as kind of a mini Blue Hawk, 159th and 69 Highway, or in between 69 and Antioch. So we're looking at, you know, restaurant type uses, grocery store, maybe some athletic facilities, that sort of thing, for youth. So, that's all on the eastern side, and then on the western side, that would be a commercial office type park. So, again, part of the mixed use plan, for the overall development. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
How long do you, like, when do you foresee building this?
So,
Up to the market.
yeah, it is the market, but again, I think that's a function of when 199th Street is built and how quick the single family come up to it. We just need those rooftops. And in fact, using Blue Hawk again as a prime example, you saw the single family development occur down on 167th Street before we saw the commercial and the hospital built to the north. So very similar to that. We need the rooftops in order to support the commercial development. But that doesn't mean, you know, 199th Street gets built, we could start, you know, pad sites or individual sites almost immediately after that.
Okay, so it's not necessarily dependent upon whether or not R4 was approved.
No, it
I
isn't.
don't think so. And the types of businesses described aren't necessarily ones that you would walk to
Yeah.
either.
I was more thinking about how the zoning, since it didn't change to R4, whatever was zoned before is what it's still zoned now, and then you got the C2 that's coming around it. So that's what I was trying to place, not about whether the R4 made the C2 practical or not. I was just trying to figure out what that R4 land was gonna be zoned, because it's kind of all, your plan brought it all together in nice, neat organization now, and now it's gonna be kinda hodgepodge if we pass this C2, so.
Yeah, and Mr. Chairman, we'll continue to work with staff.
Sure.
And obviously make a present to city council and have some conversation with council members on what, you know, what is an acceptable density at that location? And maybe it comes back with a different, stipulation with a maximum, zoning classification. So we're gonna be open to that and continue to work with staff, on that RP4 or R4 area as well.
Okay.
Okay.
Any other questions for Mr. Phelps? All right, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Public comment?
A new thing, so a new business.
I didn't say a word.
There's seats open in the front.
Huh?
There's seats open in the front.
Bill needs
Go
to
as far.
stretch.
You can sit closer.
Oh, Bill Peterman, 19431 West 200th Street. I would like to say that I know that the city of Spring Hill, Kansas is over 10,000 people now. So that is a real good way to get in Dairy Queen. That's what I'm after, Dairy Queen and Chick-fil-A for the granddaughter.
Okay.
So,
Then you can come back up 2 more times.
okay.
Don't forget crumble, I'd like a crumble cookie.
Yeah. Now, I do want to say that the 50-year plan had Hy-Vee in that field, didn't they? The 50-year plan? And Hy-Vee loves to compete against Price Chopper, so, and they got great donuts, so, thank you.
All right, thank you.
It's getting later, Bill's just getting more and more going.
Bill's just trying to get his steps in tonight.
Not unlike yourself.
I was gonna say.
I'm Greg Insero. I'm still at 17200 West 197th Place in Prairie Ridge. I just wanted to take a moment to thank you all for hearing our concerns. I mean, there are some concerns. Like I said at the beginning, I'm not opposed to this development. I'm not opposed to the development of Spring Hill. I kind of welcome having, you know, some businesses nearby. Be great to have a restaurant I could walk to and things like that. I want to really thank Mr. Phelps for you answered a lot of my questions with your presentation. You're very transparent. Thank you very much. I'm a lot smarter leaving than I was coming. And Mr. Morse, I want to thank you for your I'm going to call it a diatribe, but at the end of the first one, that put a lot of this into context, and I really do appreciate your willingness to work on this and then to teach those of us that don't know as much about it. But anyway, that's all I've got. But thank you all very much. I really do appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you.
You.
Any other comments?
My name's Patricia Carlson, and we live at 20025 South Renner Road. We've been there since 2000. We went through the rezoning in 2006 and fought it and lost, so I don't know how hopeful I am, but at that time, you can kind of see, at that time, the 80 acres now that they want to make into the commercial, totally commercial, was all we were dealing with. It had a little bit of commercial, a little bit of residential that surrounded it, and it only included really 2 homes on Renner that would face it. Then the one on the corner and then our house. Now we're looking at the 84 acres becoming like the whole, all commercial. It looks to me, from looking at the plats, that the commercial's gonna go all the way down Renner and up 199th in an L shape. It's gonna go all the way to 202nd Terrace. So there are now like 6 or 7 houses that are gonna be facing right across the street this commercial. I was curious what a C2 meant, so I looked it up, and Spring Hill's Unified Zoning Ordinance, number 2024-04, which was adopted just in May of 2024, says, for section 17326, a C2 general business district, that the C2 district is generally appropriate for areas designated as mixed-use commercial. The C2 district should typically be directed to limited areas appropriate for highest intensity development, such as interchanges along US 169 highway, rather than near residential neighborhoods. It's intended that those areas in the city limits, it is intended for areas in the city limits where adequate public facilities and infrastructure are available. So a lot of people have talked about infrastructure, and I appreciate that he said that before the commercial got developed, they would be sure the roads were available. But, so it sounds like from the ordinance, it needs to be that way anyway. Let's see. There are a couple other things. Well, just, this is just gonna affect all of us so much. We've lived for 24 years with a pasture, just acreage across the street from us. It's a 2-lane road. We, are like, we walked a few feet and we're over across the street. This is very close to us. We are going, at the time in 2006, they were talking about a box store being put in. At that time, they said it was Price Chopper. But, anything over there is just gonna change our lives drastically. Now, I know that doesn't matter to you guys, but what we would ask, and what the city council last time in 2006 did allow, is that they made the developer provide some things for the residents, and now there's more of us who are gonna be having the traffic and having, the lights and the noise, and just everything's gonna change. And, if you guys approve this, and it goes on, that, that the buffers that are mentioned in section 17360, there's a chart that shows, the impact, and when there is residential and the proposed use is gonna be C2 to an adjoining property, they say that is a high impact situation So because of that, they said that that the following shall be installed: a 6-foot masonry wall or opaque fence, low impact screening shall be planted on both sides of the wall or fence. That kind of thing be taken into consideration if this does get passed. There's a couple more things I wanted to add that kind of goes with the whole development. There's been a lot of talk about traffic and roads, and all that is true. There's a couple things. Somebody did bring up, I think Mr. Morse brought up the sewer system. Spring Hill's water waste facilities were constructed in 2001. I don't know if they've ever been updated. It doesn't say that on the website. But are they going to be upgraded? Are they going to build new facilities? We're not talking just about this development. We're talking about all these new people coming into the city. That's something that really needs to be addressed. And then my husband brought up, because he's a farm kind of guy, there's all this pasture across the street. They're going to pave it, asphalt the majority of it. So when snow comes down, rain comes down, the land isn't going to absorb that water. That land lies so that if the water flows through a stream down under, actually 207th Street, because they just did road work a few years ago to put that in, is the stream going to be able to hold it? I mean, there could be flooding issues, and that, depending on what kind of businesses go in and just all these yards with lawn care and stuff, there's going to be, runoff of oil, gas, antifreeze, herbicides, pesticides. All that stuff goes down that stream into the Hillsdale Lake watershed. I hear so many complaints from Spring Hill residents just on Facebook about the water quality in the city, and they provide a lot of it down there. So that's just a couple of the things to think about with this whole development. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any other public comment? All right. Any further clarification needed from the applicant or staff? I was curious on you were talking about the screening, with the C2, how wide is the right of way on both those roads? On the north and across 199th Street and then to the east to their property, Mr. Burton?
It's 120 total across.
On north and east?
So 60-60.
60-60.
So I'm talking about from the C2 to the north across 199th Street is 120 feet right away? And then between that same corner and going to the east across Renner, it's also 120 feet? Okay, I didn't,
That's not an
it's not an arterial, so it's only what,
well, the city side of it is a 60, or no, is a 40 foot.
sorry, I know I'm getting kind of into the weeds on that, but
Remember, we have county on the other side.
right, no, I understand.
But, that is all addressed in site plan.
No, I understand. I'm trying to get a feel for how far away your house is going to be from this commercial.
As I recall, and we didn't put a specific dimension on Renner, but I was thinking we were showing 60 feet on our side. On the east side, the existing county subdivision did not dedicate 60 feet of right of way, but typically,
So it had maybe 30 feet or something, or
Yeah.
20 feet, I mean,
right.
so, okay. 30 feet, so it's still 90 feet across, so, okay. I was just trying to get a feel for how close we're talking about. Because, and there's a building setback, so the building's not gonna be right on the road, and they'll be, okay. I was just trying to get a feel for how much space we're talking about. Because that is considered, that wouldn't be adjacent to it if it's across the road. Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Okay, yes, ma'am.
So Mr. Burton, I do have a question as well. That is a good point. Why C2 instead of C1 when, the ordinances say that C2 should be along a major highway, such as, and it specifically says 169 highway and not near
Those are-
residential?
Well, those are planning guidelines, but I just explained to you, I mean, we could, it could all be C1, but then a necessity need, as a grocery store has been talked about and has been discussed several times, is that it would have to be in a C2 zoning. And with each one of those, like some of them may require C2. And you're gonna be going in and rezoning every little pad site there. And really, overall, it does help the C2, screening requirements are greater than the C1.
That was my question. Can you describe what the screening typically would look like?
It depends on if it's up against, if it's up against residential R1, then we would work with them really on some berming. And, obviously there's trees and all, but, yeah, it's or in some cases, they have to put if it's the choice of not using berming, it could be 100% screen fence with landscaping outside of that as well.
I mean, there's quite a few things though. Couldn't they, if we said, C1 and a Hy-Vee wants to go in there, couldn't we just rezone for Hy-Vee, the little lot? Cause I guess when I'm looking at this, I mean, you could put a hotel there on a C2 where you can't.
So
Community
that's
development
also-
does not design.
I'm sorry?
We present what is provided to us.
Uh-huh.
So we do not design properties for people or go in and say, hey, you cannot try and rezone this for that. We present it and then it's up to you guys to say, hey, we think that a C2 or a C1, and you can't really, I mean, you either have to approve the C2 or deny it.
Correct.
Yeah,
But what
and
I'm
I'm
saying is,
saying,
if we, at some point said C1, and then Hy-Vee comes up and says, we really wanna build here, could we rezone just for Hy-Vee? And give them a little.
right, that's what I just said, you could do each one.
Yeah.
Now, but in the other side of the fence is that their residential group that they hire or in-house, if they're going around looking for zoned property, very seldom will they go in and try and rezone an area.
I'm
Because-
just looking ahead and seeing where.
Exactly, so.
Could have them, or somebody, a hotel or, anybody approach in the future and say, well, it's.
Yeah, but then you're
zoned for
zoning
C2,
off
so
of a
we have
what
to
if,
approve it.
what could be.
Yeah,
what
we-
if,
Yeah,
or
you-
I mean, that's
zoning on
what we
what.
play all the time though. I mean, we're constantly given, things that say, well, it fits the zoning, even if
Like
we
a
don't
truck
think,
stop.
correct. So. I'm just playing, again, that's what we all do.
understand.
I mean, you're saying R4 and then saying we're not gonna build on it for, 5, 10, 15 years. But so we do still have to look into the future. So that's what I'm looking at. I'm just saying, for me, I think it's appropriate for me to ask these questions. So,
Well, I think that really on the scope of it is you need to look at it and say, in your own mind, whatever that zoning is that you have in your mind, then, and you think it's a better use or a better zoning that instead of the C2, you would then vote on what you think. And don't forget, we're working on the comp plan. So that would need to be addressed in the comp plan. Or it should be. I know that we have cases all over on it, yes.
I think that for the real estate inside of it, if we're
I do see what you're saying, but
all hoping and wishing and crystal balling a grocery store
Oh, you-
or any of those big things,
you
you kind of want it listed as a C2 so that they'll look at it versus
Right, and then they're gonna go
versus
in.
that query of, we're only gonna look at C2 properties, just
That's
like
what it
if you
is.
were buying your R1 home and you only wanna look at $300,000 homes, then you might miss that one that's 298 because you want 300,000 and up.
And it's no different than density of the area.
Yeah, so I just think that my mind says that's what we're wanting on that corner and that's
Thank
what
you,
we're
Mr. Burton.
needing in that area.
Well, from what people just said in general, that's what they've been asking for 5 to 10 years. We're sick of driving to Gardner,
Right.
Olathe, Overland Park to go get groceries or to the other end of town. Well, here you go, but no.
So do we have any more questions for Mr. Burton or the applicant? Because if we don't, then I'll go ahead and close okay, so we'll go ahead and close the public hearing, so now you can deliberate. I wasn't trying to cut down,
Oh, yeah.
cut off the
You're
conversation.
fine, you're fine.
I
I
just
just
wanted
think that's where my mind goes with it. It's just looking at it on a real estate market and having been at the high school and knowing how many people come in there just wanting to get cash to pay their gate fee to get in, and we've got to send them all the way back into town.
Yeah.
We're definitely looking for, in my mind, something larger that's gonna go there, not just to service this development, but other developments that are coming and are currently there.
You can put an ATM on a C1 and a bank.
Yep, you can.
You could. I mean, if you're saying that, but I also,
And a C2, you can
I
go on
mean,
a C2.
yeah.
I mean, I get where you're saying, and I get it. My
I'm-
brain goes with facts. This is what's being
Yeah.
presented right now. I mean, I get it, because, you know, that'd be great if we could just kind of wishy-washy it around. Well, if you come to town, then we'll rezone it.
Yeah.
But we'll rezone it for this person or this person, and then it's all patched in and patchy and just ick. So, you know, it's just, here's it is.
Maybe
That's
we
my
need to
brain.
add grocery stores to the C1. Because that's what we're doing right now is we're saying, okay, well, let's change the ordinance then, because the ordinance says that it should be highest intensity development such as at interchanges along US 169 highway rather than near residential neighborhoods. So we're saying.
So you don't
well,
want a grocery store next to a residential area?
Well, we do already. We have Price Chopper right next to residential.
On the other end of town, but we're talking on the other side.
I think Debbie's main point is that she's struggling with that it says C2 should be along a highway instead of a residential road area.
But you have to remember that 199th Street is gonna be a major arterial.
Yeah.
I
It's as
understand,
close to a highway as you can get. But
Absolutely,
I do understand
but
what you're saying.
but I
do
think
get it
Debbie's
already.
stuck with this
I
is what it
understand.
is today,
Yeah,
and this is
I know.
what, so she's saying maybe, and this isn't the time to discuss that, but that maybe it needs to be changed after this meeting is somewhere down the road. I understand where she's struggling with
I
that,
mean, I get it. I'm just,
Yeah.
that's what I'm saying is it's
but
what
I
it is
think this
now.
is what they're asking for, and I think this is what we've been looking for to come into that area, so that we can draw some more of that northern population into,
Yeah, because for like the people that don't leave, I drive all
right,
the way to Overland Park every day. So on my way home, I'm in Overland Park, Stanley. I just stop on my way.
not
home.
everybody goes
Exactly,
south
that's
to
what I
Price
mean.
Chopper, so
So-
something further north to keep them from going even further north to buy their goods, whatever those goods are, whether it's
I mean,
restaurant or groceries.
Can't tell you how many of our residents come to.
Right,
Chopper
there's, I
Stanley.
think there's enough
For
area
shopping.
out there that would support it.
I'm not saying no to a grocery store. In fact, that's what I'm saying is that would be great. I just don't know that we want to open it up and say, okay, now we can put a hotel there just because it meets the zoning.
you have to understand that somebody has to wanna build a hotel there.
Correct.
And they have to come back to you and
I was just gonna
they
say,
have to
and they
present
have
that
to come
plan
back
to
to
you.
us with
So
that.
the one thing that this process isn't is a live auction to developers.
Right.
If you bring us this and we'll be okay with it, and otherwise it's not, cause
Right.
that's, yeah. Nothing's gonna get built that way, so.
No, it's not. Okay, any other, I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, Debbie, are you?
No, you're not cutting me off. Those are my questions. I think that was a good point that the resident brought up. So I guess I'm just trying to, really consider that since they're the ones that live there and are gonna be right across the street from it. I don't think that they probably want a hotel in there either, but, which makes sense, or a recording studio, or, I mean, there's a lot of things that fit in this. A big sign, but
I don't think that list is exhaustive though either.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would be a
Yeah, cause that's not. the
500-page
only
book.
thing, Right.
Right.
It looks like it's a first edition, 2024, so yeah, it probably could be looked at again.
I move to recommend approval to the city Spring Hill governing body for rezoning application Z
Wait, I
24-5.
had a comment. Real quick. Is it too late?
There's been a motion, so is there a second to the motion?
Second.
Go ahead.
Now you can make your comment.
Yeah, you can make comments now after.
I can?
I don't have to
Yes.
take the vote yet.
Okay.
Yes.
I just wanted to say to Mrs. Carlson that I'm super sympathetic to your cause because I'm a county resident also with undeveloped land around me. So in the future, unfortunately, if I'm up here, I'll have to recuse myself from whatever they propose next to me. But it does look like it has been CP2, I think, since 2006. So it seems like the long-term plan for a long time has been to do some sort of commercial there. So I think the key for you will be that once there's a site plan, at some point when there's a specific proposal, that we really push hard for strong screening, whether that's berms and landscaping and trees, or whether it's a wall that hopefully isn't visible, but just to minimize the impact and also to talk about on that day the lighting proposal. One thing that was interesting to me, I think it was last year, but there were residents down on 215th Street who have existing commercial zoning next to them, and there was a proposal to put an apartment, multifamily, on that site, and they successfully opposed it. And the argument or their belief was that, interestingly, that the commercial was less impactful than the residential use. But so, you know, it all depends, I guess, on your perspective. So yeah, that's all I had, just the screening. I think it's important, but I also think that this has been commercial zoning for a long time, and there definitely is a need. And with 10,000 residents now, there's a strong case in all the development moving north that, you know, this will be developed in a way that'll benefit the whole community.
Any other comments? All right, there's been a motion seconded to approve this, sorry, I didn't write it down here, to approve the public rezoning, or the preliminary plat, where am I at, 6?
No, Z24.
Z24-5?
Yes.
Okay, to approve that, to approve recommendation of that. Start the voting on the right.
I just heard right, sorry.
Oh, to the right, okay. Nay, and the reason why is because, the first edition of this, ordinance just came out in April 2024 that specifically says that C2 doesn't belong there.
I'll vote yes.
Aye.
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 Motion carries 5-1-0. All right, moving on, public hearing for rezoning Z24-6.
Amy, are you getting Kat? Do you want me to call Kat?
Thank you all for being here.
I don't know. She probably sleeping.
No, she's in her car.
R1 to R1 and C2.
She's in her car.
Sorry, public hearing, so
Hold on,
this
we gotta
would,
wait for
oh,
her. You want me to- Hold on.
you're gonna call her, okay. So we're gonna get hold of Kat here. She probably fell asleep out there.
I would've.
No, she's,
Yes, we're ready.
But,
Come back.
yes.
She's coming.
Oh, okay.
She's in her, she's somewhere.
Okay,
I would've went home.
while waiting for her to come back in, it was gonna be bio break, so.
Do you want me to do these?
And then we'll start the public hearing for rezoning Z24-6.
Oh, is that okay?
Just the hardcore ones are left.
The hardcore ones wanna go home.
woohoo, she's back.
How was your nap?
I mean, I've been watching the meeting and taking notes.
You're still walking straight. It's good.
We didn't forget about
So
you.
many questions
Actually, some of us
I
did.
can ask.
But you forgot to stop and grab the crumble cookie as you came back in.
And you forgot to get.
That's where I found her.
Cookies the entire night, okay?
And you didn't get one?
No, I did.
Oh.
Hanging by him.
Brought one
She asked.
Would you like me to go back and get one?
Yes. I told
Can I have a
Spencer to do it.
I told you what to say.
Okay, starting off, item 7, public hearing for rezoning Z 24-6 R1 to R1 and C2. And this will, since this is a new location, ask the commission members to describe if any ex-party communications, contacts that they might have regarding this case, and indicating the nature of the communication, any of that.
Nay.
Right?
Hey,
Any conflicts of interest they may have had and need to dismiss themselves.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, it's gone now.
Okay,
Stuff was popping up.
all right, so the meeting's open. Staff presents a report, please.
Good evening. This is for rezoning Z-24-6 at 410 West North Street. Applicant Phelps Engineering, on behalf of the owner, Next to Nature Landscape, has submitted a request to rezone the property located at 410 West North. It's currently zoned R1, little over 11 acres of property, with proposed zoning to C2, which would be about 4 acres of C2, and the rest would remain R1. The golden factors, the proposed rezoning is consistent with the intent of the regulations regarding C2. The surrounding neighborhood is residential with commercial and mixed-use commercial zoning. The development of allowable uses in C2 zoning would have a positive impact on the surrounding areas. Adjacent parcels are zoned for residential, commercial. The proposed commercial zoning would be compatible with the surrounding areas. The request is based on business model as determined by the applicant. The current zoning would not allow commercial use. The future land use map of the comp plan shows this area to be mixed use. The proposed zoning allows development of commercial. The proposed rezoning to a general business district will not impose unfavorable development in the area. The proposed zoning is adjacent to C2 zoning. No errors are being corrected with this. The site has been zoned R1 for many years, but the timing should not be a consideration for this. All utilities are adequate and available to the property. The proposed rezoning would be in conformance with the comp plan and supports the community's overall vision and priorities. The issue of hardship is better addressed by the applicant and owner. And public gain includes developing a property to help support the proposed future uses in the area and commerce within the city. And you have your actions: approval, denial, or continuance, and this will go to the July 25th governing or city council meeting.
All right. Any questions for Amy? Sorry, Ms. Long.
I just have one question, which is the character of the properties to the south. So is it touching single family on the south?
Yes.
R1 is staying next to.
It's R1 is staying.
Oh, okay.
Is that not correct?
That is
It's just the very
It's just-
portion of it's going to
Yep,
C2.
4 acres of
and
it.
the R1
Got
is
it.
staying.
Yep.
So the C2
Got it.
will be next to the R1 in the same.
Yep, perfect.
Okay.
Thanks.
And the R1 to the south is under this ownership.
Yeah, same owner.
Yeah. Any other questions? Any comments? All right, move on to, we have an applicant. Mr. Phelps. Haven't seen you in ages.
Name and address.
Looks like it might get a little
You ought to be
easier.
able to quote it.
So, Mr. Chairman, again, thank you. Harold Phelps, 1270 North Winchester, Olathe, Kansas. I am representing Next to Nature this evening, and I'm excited to tell you that they are looking to move from Olathe to Spring Hill and bring their headquarters, their maintenance and landscaping facility to this location. I think as Amy well pointed out, the front part of the property is already zoned C2, so all we're doing is zoning that back part and leaving that south part residential, single family. So with that, be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Any public comment? Just check it. All right, moving on. Let's see. Any clarification needed by commission members?
I have a quick question. So I'm looking at, you said everything in the blue, right, is what we're talking about?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so this is the parcel that is also owned by them?
No.
Which one is the parcel that's also owned by them?
So if you look at the red up here, where the red X on the left picture,
Yeah.
Pat, on the left picture,
That shows the only part, the
where the
red would
red
be the
hash mark star is
rezone.
going to C2,
That's it, okay.
and all the, what's below that is all staying R1.
Cool, thank you.
Did I get that right?
Yes.
Okay. Any other questions? I'll close the public hearing. Deliberation.
I move to recommend approval to Spring Hill governing body for rezoning app Z 24-6.
Second.
So moved in second, start the voting on the left.
Aye.
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 Yes.
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0. All right, site application, Next to Nature Landscape LLC, SP 24-1, site plan.
All right, this is for the property that was just rezoned. It's 18 acres, of land there. It's just one lot. We have reviewed it, with section 17.340 of our code. All lot lines and right-of-ways are identified. All proposed structures with applicable data are identified. Type of surfacing and base course for all parking, loading, and walkway have been identified. Trash receptacles and screening from view. Lighting setbacks shown on the site plan are in compliance. High impact buffer screen is required adjacent to RR, consisting of a 6-foot-high masonry wall or opaque fence. All the consultants and utility providers and city staff have reviewed the site plan and provided comments. The comments and recommendations have been implemented into the site plan as applicable. And then in addition to the above noted items, the site plan has been reviewed for compliance with the following standards. The extent to which the proposal conforms to the code, it is allowed in the C2 General Business District. The property is located on an approved final plat known as the Bowery 1 Lot 1 and Bowery 2 Lot 3 that was approved in 2014 and 2016 by the governing body. It is in compliance with our subdivision regulations. The project is compatible with surrounding area. And as noted during the rezoning hearings, the area is shown on the future land use map as residential. However, existing C2 zoning adjacent to the north of this property indicates a long-range plan of commercial rather than residential. The building has been designed by recognized and licensed architects, and access to the property is from Lone Elm, which has direct connection to 169 and K7 highway, which is appropriate for the type of traffic. An easement will be required for access through Lot 1 to the rezoning area. And all structures are, that was duplicated. So we have recommend approval or denial or table it. This will go to the governing body on July 25th. There's a site plan, sorry. Forgot to put it up there.
Do you have any estimate of the number of vehicles or trucks that you would expect to operate from this site? And is there anything keeping them from going south on Lone Elm over to Webster?
What's the capacity weight on the bridge? Yes.
You know?
Adam Lang, Next to Nature Landscape. As far as number of vehicles, we employ about 160 during our peak, during season. About 75% of the employees will be in this office. We have another office up north in Kansas City, Kansas as well. So you're probably looking about 40 or 50 to 60 vehicles, just employee vehicles, and then our fleet of vehicles is probably another 60 to 70 trucks and trailers.
Like
So
pickup trucks?
trucks, yeah, flatbeds, trailers.
Nothing like semis.
No, we have one dump truck, large dump truck, but no semis. We do have semis that'll come into the property just for,
But not off Lone Elm, over that bridge.
The highway?
They'll come off the highway.
yes, yeah, they'll come off the hallway. I'm sorry. I'm so familiar
They won't
myself
come
with the
in from
area.
the south.
No, they'll just come in right there at the Lone Elm entrance there.
I'm just saying, because, you know, because I lived right there, there was a ton of semis that would go that never, didn't make it.
Like from 207th Street over that bridge.
They didn't make it very far.
It's actually designed for it now?
The new construction of that was designed for traffic, any type of traffic.
Oh, so it will accept the weight? As I just didn't want somebody to go across there, like I've seen.
So,
Yeah.
Feel like-
so for me, the question I have is about the parking lot, because it was gravel and it was always supposed to get paved.
Yes,
So,
Creeks?
yes.
right.
So is that part of the site plan to get that to be paved or blacktop, or
I'm not sure, I didn't do this.
I couldn't tell from the,
Adam, do you know?
on the back part, that, well, the area,
so,
For like where the tent is?
so right here,
No.
no,
is gravel right now.
yeah.
And then this is what we're talking about, we just rezoned to C2, back here.
No,
No?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's the zoning in question, it's right there.
So, is that all gonna be paved, I guess is what my question is.
No,
Okay.
it's not our intention to pave all of that.
It's the same blacktop base, or I'm sorry, gravel.
Yeah, there will be a lot of gravel, because a lot of it is storage holding areas, mulch, rock, pavers, a lot of the materials right through there as well, so.
Is there still lateral lines under there from the sewer lines in that area?
They're on the lot one,
Okay.
yeah, because we had to move the gravel off of the lateral lines upon purchase. Found out that they crept over onto the
That's
lateral. So,
been
yeah, we've already moved that off,
awesome.
so they're not being impeded on.
I would just, that was always something that bugged me that never gotten taken care of, so I thought I'd at least address it.
Yeah, there's a lot to address out there.
I know there is, so.
Yeah.
So Pat, you're saying it was addressed, to handle trucks? I'm like, understand that, the entrance into the old.
The new bridge that was put in under grant money and all, Lone Elm, it is designed for truck traffic.
But that's to the south of that location.
It's to the south of it, that's correct,
They'll be exiting to the north to get right on 169.
most likely.
And then.
But
what
if
did
they
you say?
do go
They
to
would
the
have to go
south,
around.
It won't
it
be-
is designed.
You'd have to go up either 99 to get down that way. Or Webster, I'm sorry.
And
Cause you can't turn left into the Bowery, not the Bowery, I'm sorry, that's what it's always gonna be.
Yeah, no.
So,
I imagine there might be some of our fleet that goes down, North Street to Webster and up to 199th to keep them from trying to turn onto the highway there, we do avoid our trucks trying to get to the highway as least as possible, because nothing good happen sometimes.
But it'd
Those
be
trucks.
advantageous for those semis to come off the highway, not come up
Yeah.
from the south.
Yeah. As far as deliveries go, I'm sure they'll be coming in off the highway.
And so where's the easement, I'm sorry, for the utilities? You said there's gonna be an easement for utilities?
For them to get in,
Ingress,
egress, right there.
Across the north side?
Yeah, the north side.
Right. It's still two lots. And even though it's under one ownership, that doesn't mean anything. You'll have to have an ingress egress across the west lot to the east lot.
So that it has legal access.
Right.
That's
Yeah,
correct.
Cause if you sold this lot too, then you'd have to still be able to access.
That's
it.
correct.
Okay.
Yes.
But it's just a egress egress,
Ingress egress
okay,
easement, yes.
not a utility easement.
No, it's not necessary.
Okay.
Right.
Where's the utility?
There's no utilities
Get the
there.
Utilities there.
There is no utilities.
So, so if you ever split it up, how would you get utilities there, I guess would be.
Well, that would be, I mean, that was all part of the design criteria and everything that we go through on
Okay.
plating and all that.
Okay. I'm getting ahead of myself, sorry.
No, yeah, that's fine.
And there was no impact to the intersection right there at North Street and Webster? If they're returning left from,
So, North Street and Webster,
Not any more than ball traffic.
no, it's no impact to any of it there.
no, I'm just asking because they get the intersection coming from the glass plant and then on Webster.
Right, there's, no. Matter of fact, this is more than a mile, and it's not considered at that intersection. So they would only be looking at the intersection at the highway.
Gotcha.
It's designed for it.
And then do we have a new entry sign? Is that the, I see an entry sign that has dimensions on it.
Yes, that's what.
Yeah, the entry, the monument will
Right.
stay the same. Just
Okay.
put our
Just put your
our
logo
name
on
on
it.
it. yeah.
Okay.
What are
No
these,
change, just.
So no change, just the label
what are these storage houses?
on the back, on that east end
Okay,
there. So, I don't know if you guys had that
and there's
drawing that
four
shows the.
spots right there?
Just simply state
Yeah, so there, you can see some varieties up on the top of that screen.
Oh, okay.
But all of them will have concrete pads, and then most of them are gonna be lined with those large concrete blocks, to divide everything up through there. We will have a couple that'll have the hoop house over it, salt storage.
Like the greenhouse type
Well, there won't be the true greenhouse, I mean, it'll just be covered,
ish.
yeah, covered through there, but that'll be for like salt storage for, snow management,
Similar to what
So-
the city has.
yeah.
How tall are those trees? It says existing trees, are they tall enough to cover?
On that east side there,
I was gonna guess since you're a nature company, you're keeping those existing trees, right?
what's that?
Since you're a nature company, I'm guessing you're keeping those existing trees, right?
We are, yes, we will keep as much along the property edge as possible. So, there's also, those blocks along the back side are gonna create a 6 to 8 foot wall in itself, just along the back edges of all those bends.
And I looked,
Those are all mature trees back there.
I looked at your existing property just on Google, and it looks beautifully landscaped. And so I can probably imagine that you guys want it to have a good presentation, since that's your business.
We do, we do pride ourselves in having good property, and I know it's gonna be a little bit more present, visible than where we're at now. We're not in a high traffic area, so we'll do that, and we're actually entertaining spading a lot of trees from the existing property down there, so.
So what is the screening requirements between your property and to the east? Is there any, Pat?
No, it's real residential.
Okay, that's what it didn't say on this. so-
Right. There's the existing trees, and then to the south is floodplain. So that's automatic screening that's
Right.
existing.
Okay.
So
Very good. Any more questions? Comments? Motions?
It's really nice.
I wanna ask about lighting, but I'm too tired, so.
Come on.
No.
Okay,
There's no houses.
motion?
Well, down.
I move to recommend approval of site plan application SP 24-1, next to nature, landscape to the governing body, as presented by staff.
It's been moved and seconded, start the voting on the left.
Aye.
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 Yes.
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0-0. Thank you.
Welcome to Spring Hill and thanks for hanging
Yes.
out.
Yes.
with us all
thanks
night.
for-
Welcome. We'll be down, we'll be down for the bourbon.
Yeah.
What's that? Hey,
Mr. Phelps, thank you. Mr. Phelps,
Doing a
thank you.
restaurant?
Yes.
Yeah.
I wish.
Okay, final application, FP 24-1, Wiswell Farms, second plat.
We've reached the finish line.
Almost.
This is FP 24-1 for Wiswell Farms, second plat. It's located at 194th Terrace and 195th, between Webster and Lincoln. Ad Astra is the applicant. Chris Colson, he submitted the request for the final plat. The property is currently zoned RP1. The phase 2 is 94 single-family lots. The preliminary plat was approved at the June 2nd, 2022 Planning Commission meeting. We have looked at it for subdivision regulations, separate drawings of profiles of cross-sections of streets and public use areas have been forwarded to the city engineer. Staff has verified the person or persons name of the plat and the owner. Staff has verified all due or unpaid taxes have been paid in full. Adequate control of stormwater through appropriate BMPs will be detailed in drawings submitted to city engineer for approval. Erosion control will be installed and maintained per city standards. Construction refuse will be disposed of in an appropriate manner. Must comply with erosion control standards throughout the development and construction of the improvements in home construction. In the tracks, common areas, description language, it includes the areas are open to public use. The lots are not subject to $300 per lot park impact fee, which would have been paid at the building permit time. The required improvement agreement is being prepared by staff and will be forwarded to the applicant, city engineer, and city attorney for review and approval. There will be an excise tax fee and will need to be paid by the applicant prior to the final plating. All utilities are adequate and available. It is in conformance with the comp plan. All the utility easements are shown with dimensions that meet our minimum easement requirements. The city will provide sanitary sewer and Water One will provide the water. 7, sorry. No, it's Water One, Wiswell.
Oh, Wiswell's one,
Don't do that to me. The plat was sent to staff and consultants for review. All comments have been reviewed and agreed and provided in the plat. Recommend approval, denial, or table it. This will go to the governing body probably July 25th for final approval.
What has changed from the initial plat?
Nothing.
It's the exact same thing?
It's just the final plat for the second phase.
And when was the preliminary plat approved? You'd mentioned it.
It says 20.
2022.
It's like 18 months ago, maybe. Nobody? Move to recommend approval of application FP-24-1, final plat for Wiswell Farms, second plat to the Spring Hill governing body, including the conditions as presented by staff report.
Second.
Moved and second.
Can I make a comment?
Oh, yes,
I
absolutely.
wasn't ready either. You're fast tonight.
It's 11:30.
Okay, so I am just, I guess, property is currently zoned RP1, however, the final plat is for 94 single-family lots, so help me with that. Why does it say however?
I don't know, it was probably just a, They're single-family lots. It probably just was me mistyping. I apologize for that.
Or typed a word that's auto-corrected.
Okay.
They're gonna be single-family lots.
That was how it was originally zoned.
Correct.
I know the ship has sailed and we'll vote for it, but, because the preliminary plat was already approved, but just the aesthetic of this layout seems horrendous. I mean, it looks like base housing, you know, just like this is so old school, the layout of this. Whereas even the area just to the north with the curved roads and the variety of, you know, kind of lot sizes, just from a design philosophy and, you know, the sense of community, I think it's far more attractive. This will be interesting to see what it looks like, you know, when it's developed. But it's almost like a shotgun development, you know, just straight down, straight in, straight out, up and down. But I guess they probably did that to maximize the density.
From an OCD standpoint, it's beautiful.
Perfect symmetry.
I just like it. Just straight and wham.
Yeah.
Just throwing that out there, guys. 'Cause I think it's fantastic. The lines. Maybe not when the houses are built, but.
I didn't even think about it when until he said that. It was like, okay.
Oh, no, I know. I like it.
My first thought was they might have to put a speed bump in.
Yeah.
It's very subjective, right?
Any other comments?
Public
Questions?
Works probably loved it for plowing.
It's almost just like row housing.
Just like no plowing, just
Yeah.
it's fantastic.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to approve. Start the voting on the left.
Aye.
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 Motion carries 7-0.
See, even he's quick.
Because you've been saying yes.
Yeah.
Okay, discussion, reports.
That's a nice switch.
Oh, man, there's more.
Any discussion items
No.
besides how late we're meeting tonight?
When's our next meeting?
We have a work session, don't we?
Yeah, what's the?
July
The
18th?
17th or 18th or whatever it is. It's 2 weeks and 2 days from today.
What?
I hope it's not what I heard.
At what time?
We
And
said
our work session is
6:30.
7, 6:30? Okay.
6:30.
Okay, which date? 17 or 18?
It's the 18th, I think.
Thursday the 18th.
18 at 6:30?
Yes.
For real.
You're bringing food. That's what Chuck's saying.
I drove around the lot a couple of times, I was listening, and then.
Sure. If you get in here in time to eat it.
Hey, I'll be here in time to eat it.
Outside of a truck, I'm like, I'm not running.
Any other discussion?
I will,
No.
I have a question,
Yes.
honestly, when I was in the hallway walking in, somebody had asked me how they can get involved with the comp plan. I know that our surveys are done online, is there a place that citizens can still be involved with the comp plan at this point?
All the meetings.
Are open.
So,
The work session's the 18th.
so they can just come to the work sessions and put their input in there? Okay. And also, I just wanna put it out there that I appreciate seeing a lot of people, come out to our meeting. I know that between city council and planning commission, that a lot of times people feel like they don't have a voice, so I appreciate when people come out. And you guys allowing them to all talk and get their thoughts out there. I thought that it's good to see people participate though and voice their, thoughts and concerns, so.
And you get points cap for staying this whole time and not being able to participate in 90% of it.
I would have, you gotta call me like 15 minutes in advance, come back.
I was in the hallway. with
Reports?
I don't have any.
It says they're 10 and 11, 10 and 6. I can read them if that's what.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you, guys.